Lucy Snowdrop just redeemed taxes.
Wales.
Oh, are we working? Are we live? Are we on? Are we here? Music, Discord, microphone.
So,
Chickadee check. Microphone check. 1. Hi everybody.
2.
It's Wednesday, my dudes. And you know what that means? It's time for some Deans and Deans.
yay!
Yay! We love coming off the back of a elongated episode that nearly ended in a TPK. Good, very well
Nearly.
done. Good, very well done. Get all excited all week and then just all die. Like, fuck. Right, anyway. Scathocles. The recap is on you, my friend, while I put some milk in my brew.
Just got to clear the throat. So, order accepted. Perfect. We set off on a journey. The group of 4 back on the road again with the 4 horses. Decided to go the best way. Through the desert. Because what could possibly go wrong?
To be fair, there is no alternative.
There was an alternative that we shall not discuss. That Scaff may have discovered he may should have taken earlier. Anyway, let's carry on, shall we? So, he forgot he could take a ranger spell that makes people pass without trace.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, so we
That only lasts like an hour though. Anyway, you got like 4 days of travel, bro. Anyway, carry on.
In fact, stop interrupting me.
Sorry.
Fucking idiots. Anyway, we travelled through the desert on a horse with no name. And we came across a group of travelling, well, bard group, as it could only say, as we was hunkering down for the first night. That was travelling in the direction we've just come. Which, well, was Doriasai. To which we did later find out they did end up going to Doriasai, setting up camp the next morning when Scaff messaged his sister. But not before the group encountered a big bird.
Cockatrice.
That's the one, cockatrice. A giant cockatrice. Now, this giant cockatrice has an ability that, what, if you met its gaze, well, it rips it off Medusa, turns you to stone, instantly, boom, petrified. You make a nice lawn artifact. So, we was met with a cruel decision. We could go through the mountains. I mean, what could possibly go wrong in the mountains? Who knows? Because there was thunder and lightning in the mountains. That's not an ominous sign at all. We could go through the mesa, which we ended up going through the mesas. And, well, we'll get to that in a minute. Or we could go through the cockatrice. The group decided, no, we're going to go through the mesas instead because it's going to be safer. Being the operative word. Remember this. So, Scaff, being the genius that he is, was like, we really need to pass through this in the broad daylight when we've got, well, more time. So we set up camp early. We got a good night's rest. And then the morning arose, and we started our journey into the mesas, into the winding path of, well, the unknown. To which, yay, ambush. Because who was not expecting that?
Gaff.
Well, yeah, Scaff, because, well, he's just that good. And he's too much alert to be ambushed. Which gave us time to, well, prepare and fuck some shit up. Which we was doing. We was fucking shit up pretty well. Azura met some old friends, apparently. Or they made him feel like there was old friends. I don't know. Scaff shot some arrows. Jin, we haven't found his new name yet because we was asking for a new name. I came up with a great name, Arkenvelen, but apparently that's not good enough. Then I said Dave, but anyway, that's a story for another matter.
Dave.
Name of
Dave,
Dave.
the wandering Ronin.
And then, well, Jin was Jinified and interacted with a few of the shielded, well, ambushers, should we say, and did a very good job. Zafira was doing the same, taking on some armoured people. Not as armoured as her, but still armoured people, and, well, it was going our way until fucking wizards threw a firebomb, which we all kind of shrugged off. Thankfully, I didn't cast the fireball or cause it. Fuck you, Jin. This time.
I still blame you.
Anyway, first fireball, we kind of just shrugged off. It's like, what's a bit of fireball? Then the second one went off, and it was like, shit. Now this is where the shit hit the fan. Because we was all down at this point, apart from Zafira. And who else did? Yeah. Anyway, but Zafira being the opportunist. No, Jin being the opportunist had a scroll. Was it Jin? It was Jin, wasn't it? Had the scroll of summon greater demon, which turned the tide in the battle. It was a succubus. And well, Jin gave it an order.
Very choice order.
Yes, Jin gave it a very choice order. Entertain them. It's like
Okay.
it's the succubus did.
Someone's
Whilst-
getting fruity.
Is this my recap or everyone else's?
All yours, buddy. All yours.
Sorry, I do apologise. I've got a bit of a sore throat. The succubus did entertain them, like Robin Williams. Let me. By decapitating them, by crushing the spine and other stuff. It was gruesome. And then, well, that's when we was all down apart from Azura, who did the perfect decision of going down the stairs. So we couldn't get hit by anything else. Because we all got fucking deaded nearly. Well, succubus. What happened to the succubus?
Zafira.
It's your recap.
What a bastard. Yeah, just before you all went down, Zafira used the
That's it. The scroll,
thing,
the
the
thing,
item,
whatever it was,
the vial.
to send them to the 7th circle of hell, or
Somewhere.
which circle? Some hell. Who knows? But they sent them to the hells so we could finally get back up with Azura force feeding us some potions to get us back alive. To which we leveled up. Yay! To which, well, we ended the session. Over to you, GM.
Thanks, mate.
7 out of 10 recap.
We rejoin our band of merry homies. Just realised that Jin's rocks have maintained on the base, and Scath's barrel has maintained on the base, which is interesting. But anyway, new minis, everybody. Let's have a quick look at the new minis. Oh,
New minis. Woo!
Azura with his big new katana, the Hand of Chosen, and his lightning legs, looking fresh.
They glow in the dark. They glow lightly.
We've got Scarf. Let's just stand him up for a sec. Looking a bit more gloomy, embracing the shadow with the black robe. I like the blue eyes glowing underneath. The flaming arrow. And the important detail of that nice little gold banding on the arm as he developed his connection to Avia.
Chef's kiss.
Delicious.
Glorious.
Lay back down, I guess.
Down you go. Jin with his mask and his hat. And the I really like the slightly darker colour palette. Just embracing that rogueness. Delicious. The wandering Ronin. And Zafira wearing Markwise Shine. Get it in the light. The armoured dragon lady.
Yes.
Dragon puppy lady.
Dragon lady puppy. What do you mean their life is in danger? They have a beach bar. And we rejoin. Sheets as they were, battered, bruised.
I miss the beach bar, man.
In the midst of the mesas. I believe everyone's conscious at least. Just Scath was just still on the floor when we finished. We'll get Scath up on his feet. Oh shit.
Scath's just kind of starfishing. And I think I'm still holding Jin's scarf because...
I was puking a second ago.
Oh yeah.
When I realized what the what I told the succubus to do. Ah!
Fucking
Careful, Jin. Your cat is showing.
Oof. Well, I wasn't gonna say it like that, but
Do it.
So like my hand, like my hands are crossed my mouth. Thank you. And stand up.
Passively, somewhere else, off distant in the mesas, as the sound of battle calms, the sound of puking finishes, and naught but the wind that flows through the valleys of the mesas, distant, slightly echoed. You hear the remnant clanging of metal. The easily recognisable sound of combat. Shortly followed by a very short, high-pitched whine that ends in the sound, too familiar to you all now, of an explosion.
Oh.
And then everything goes quiet once again.
Looks like we aren't the only ones around here.
Have we got any spare healing pots?
We do. I'll open. There's some. We have 6 graders and 10 common ones, Scaff. Still sitting around in a bag. Do you need any?
Well, I'm a bit tender. Actually, make my HP reflect on what they should be.
What's the time of day currently, Pitch?
It's about midday now. You got up in the morning, started making your way through the mesas so that you had the daylight. And as you've travelled a bit, you've had a bit of a fight. It's about midday.
No offense, Scaff, but we're fucked. I don't think potions are gonna do much good.
I think we could probably afford to wait a little bit before we continue.
Need to lick our wounds properly. Aside from that, as a look at the carnage that's basically around us and down the path.
Well,
They're gonna go and come looking for this party.
I mean, it's not a bad idea to check these corpses out, see if they've got anything on them that we can use. As much
Orders, instructions.
any healing pots, maybe. You never know.
Maybe. They might have been relying on the fact that most of these seem to have been magically empowered in some way, shape, or form. No offense, big guy, but you're a little slow to get started there. You okay?
You would notice that Azura is not standing right with you. He's a little bit further down the path, and he's kneeling next to one of the armored ones. And he's sort of just cradled his head, and he's just looking at him with a puzzled look. I don't know. There's something about them that seems familiar, but I don't know why. You ever had the feeling of when you've seen a friend you've not seen for so many years, and all of a sudden you just bump into them? I get that from these, but that's impossible. And when I struck one down, there was almost a look of sadness on his face, asking why. And I don't know why I feel this way.
Magic.
Well,
I don't know any magic like that.
they were obviously looking for you. If I recall correctly, they wanted to bring you in alive.
Yeah, and they told us to stop resisting.
Mm-hmm.
Just let them take you.
Could have just went with them. Save all this unnecessary loss.
Well,
They chose to kick off. We just responded. They could have easily talked to us. They could have explained things to us.
reflecting on it, we weren't exactly very approachable.
I mean,
See if we can find some instructions or orders on the corpses. See if we can explain what the actual hell they were doing here and how did they know we specifically were coming. And then, Before we rest, we need to find a way to either hide, bury, or burn the bodies. Considering the ground is basically rocks, I don't think burying is an option.
I
Was
don't
that
really.
ravine that we went past. And we could have made the choice to jump across. That's a bit undignified.
Maybe.
A worse option than burning them.
Ah,
They're gonna come looking for them. That's the
Mm.
problem.
and burning would give a nice big smoke signal.
And it would also bring predators hiding to the lovely aroma of cooking meat.
I think whatever form the dead meat is in will bring something. Why we need to get
Does anyone have a passive
You say
perception
that we
higher
don't-
than 18?
Yes, 19.
Jin.
Jin, as the conversation regarding burning bodies and such is had, you survey your surroundings, what seems to be the quiet of the mesas. You look what could be arguably further in a direction east-ish, where you're heading-ish. You look up and you start to see a couple of thin plumes of smoke. You count 3 of them.
Point it out to the group.
Signal, perhaps?
Perhaps.
if someone's had the same idea with others further in.
What's the color of the smoke, Pidge? Like wood fire or
It's just
white, black?
blackish. I mean,
Burning
since
something.
since you've specifically asked the question, I'm going to have
Google.
to confirm with Google what colour smoke is when you burn certain things.
While they're
Because if you're burning like wet wood, it becomes whitish gray. But when you're burning like corpses and things like that, it's
Cereals.
usually
Dark.
Yeah,
Or
black,
darker.
black or very dark grey. Yeah.
all right. I think you might be right, big guy.
Do you want to add to that? Or
We're in no state to go investigating right now.
no, I mean as in burning our own.
I'll look at Severa. We cannot leave them here. What right would you give them if we were to unceremoniously drop them down a chasm?
We shouldn't.
No, we shouldn't. But I'm not sure we have much of a choice. Free smoke plumes in the distance. We're probably going to go looking.
Silver?
We add smoke to that, they're probably going to start looking for us, and we are in no state to receive guests right now.
We don't want to attract any more attention.
Yeah. We either burn them or put them somewhere there that take the longest to find. Because they are going to start looking for their missing party If they're under orders, they will be searched for. It's what I would do.
Um,
I'm sorry.
when we came this way previously, there was a bit of a crevasse a little bit further back, but there's what?
That's what the big guy suggested.
There's about 8 bodies, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, on a good day at full health, I mean, that's not a small task, but when we're bloodied, bruised, I mean, my scale's still, well, a little bit tender from that fire. It's not going to be easy.
I'm the wrong one to make the decision here. I don't think they deserve any mercy.
I mean, how many times can you use that ring, though, Zafira?
As
Is
much
it-
as I want.
I mean, that would be the easiest method, but
I'll pull it off my finger and hand it to Scaff. You do it then. I'm not disrespecting them further. I mean, just look at them. And I'll point to the one headless.
Oh, not
And
the one
I'll-
without a spine. Nice.
And I'll point further towards the guy folded in half. His spine next to his body.
I do not take the ring, by the way.
We can leave them, but they'll mean predators, and whoever comes looking for them will find them quicker.
You all hear
Lylum, Lynum.
a quiet, distant howl from some kind of coyote or something.
The atmospheric, the desert atmosphere. put on a
Distant.
playlist.
Yeah, not threatening, just out there, just while you're in the echo of the sound travels.
Since Scaff doesn't take the ring, I'll just put it back on my finger and just kind of start like fidgeting with my hands. Just
Yeah. Considering where we are, what is the most respectful way to deal with?
Ideally, I'd say we bury them, leave their weapons on their graves.
I'll tap the floor, which is
I
made out
know.
of stone, I'm guessing, Pitch?
I
Yeah.
know we can't, and we can't take them anywhere where it's possible.
We don't have time.
No, I know.
They will let me do it.
Second option would be what you did. Endure your sigh with your opponent. Burn them.
No. Don't think it's worth the
But
thought.
I will not agree with you just throwing them somewhere down a crevasse and letting them rot there. Not after
we burn
they've already been done this to.
Can I look for a suitable place in like the direct vicinity to like pile a bunch of bodies on?
You muted, pigeon.
The pigeon is muted
The
because
pigeon
he
is
was
muted
munching on
Because
food.
he was
Nom
munching.
nom nom nom. Yeah, just give me a investigation check.
I'm great at those. A 5.
I mean, battered, bruised, not concentrating properly. Like, reasonably, you've got further down the path, back the way you've came. There's the crevasse, which you kind of already said you don't want to do. There's this little alcove.
I said I didn't want to do. The others didn't agree.
Well, yeah, fair enough. But yeah,
It's different.
from what you've got further on, you don't know, back to the crevasse and ultimately out of the mesas. There's this little area, I suppose, but
It may only be 4 people, but there's democracy. It's not much.
Yeah.
The more you say it, Zafira, the more I agree with you. These people probably had families of their own. And
Who knows? They might not even have wanted to be here. They were just
soldiers
doing
and
what they were
orders.
ordered to do.
Which I'm gonna agree with you. I think we should burn them and then leave.
We need to find somewhere to hide quickly then. We're in no shape to travel for long at the moment. Especially out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
And if we take our rest, get some other strength back, and then do what we need to before we move on.
My training and my father's teachings are telling me that we don't have that long.
My survival is saying the same thing. I'd say we've got hour 2 at the tops. As we
Besides,
are-
explosions in the distance were heard. Smoke plumes in the distance. We're not on our own. There could be more of
Mm.
them. Could also be different.
Mhm.
Regardless,
Or it could be a group like us travelling from the other end and unfortunately got caught in a crossfire, you know. Because I'm sure, you know, groups like this could make a killing from ambushing people, capturing people. As we are talking, Pidge, though, I will start searching the people. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Investigation
bodies,
check.
I'm also going to have a look at the one at my feet.
I think that's a pretty good start, that is.
I won't
That's
make you roll
20.
individually, but I will. I mean, there was 5 guards and 3 wizards, so you'll you know, it'll be separate rolls for guards versus wizards at least.
But that was
I got
a
a 14.
23. 23.
On what?
16 for the guard.
16 for the guards, 23 on there. What are you searching, Scath?
Well, I'm with the group, so the guards right
The
around
guards?
us that-
Yeah?
Yeah.
Jin?
one of the wizards.
What did you get? 13?
14.
14, okay.
14.
You search through them, taking your time, battered, bruised, you wince in pain as you make certain motions. Crouched over, trying to pat them down. You notice that they're not heavily armoured. They've got pretty rudimentary swords and shields and stuff. They don't look particularly... They're well made, so to speak, but they're not magically empowered or very well sharpened. You know, you get what I'm getting at. The armour, you like search through them. The odd one has a pouch. Scath, which if you're going through most of the guards, you find about 15 gold's worth, give or take 15 gold.
I'm not in the business of killing people then robbing them.
Yeah, okay.
That's not Avia.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put the pouch to one side if somebody else then wants to take that's out of my hands.
Yep, there's 15 gold's worth on the guards. No orders.
We'll pocket the gold.
There's no like notes that say go here, do this, find this person, you know.
Yeah, we just wanted to see if like they had any orders, any information of like where they're from.
I mean, I won't.
Sorry.
Yeah, I won't make you roll for it, but using some, I'll give you a reasonable assumption. They are copper dragonborn that seem to have the odd fleck of blue scale here and there. So it's probably reasonable to assume they've come from Dragyun, being a group of dragonborn, and they just seem to be holding the pass. Any further information was theirs, but they're now dead.
But yeah, I'm not going to start looting them and defiling the corpse, alright.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, mechanically, they've all just got normal shields, normal long swords, normal studded leather armour. Which probably... That's one.
While they're doing that, I will very gently pick up the head from the floor and I'll return it to the body it belongs to.
Yep. Easily done. Jin, your search. You start looking through the wizards. And one of them, in and amongst the wizards, you also find, give or take, about 9 gold.
I'll pocket that too.
Yoink. And on one of them, you do find a note. It has HX written in the corner. Not necessarily, not in mad filigree, but more of like a watermark, so to speak, you know. And on it, it quite simply says, hold the pass, take what you can, bring any information back. If you see anyone from Locktorpian, bring them in. If you see anyone from Dora Usai, kill them. If you find any wandering dragon folk, bring them in. And it's not signed.
I'll walk to Severa and hand her the note. Looks like I'm at war.
These are not the people to wage it on.
They are the people waging it, Severa.
Following orders.
That's how war works. I have more than a score of my people that can show you how that works.
But...
We buried them not a fortnight ago.
Yes.
And we burned more than a score of theirs.
But you just had to kill them. You didn't need to slaughter them like this. You know? You didn't need to take his head. You didn't need to summon a succubus to rip out someone's spine.
My eyes will linger, staring at hers for a moment. And then look away.
What happened? Why did you do that?
I don't know. I'll go for another corpse.
I'll keep the note.
Just while you're all around, just give me perception checks just while you're thinking about what to do, taking your time, searching the bodies. 22.
That one.
13.
Other
That one for
things
2.
on Saphira's mind.
24.
What did Scath get?
13.
13. Scath, not so much. More thinking about life choices.
Understandable.
Scath, whilst you are in the midst of these bodies, and after suffering a near-death experience, you kind of search through, and as you're looking down at the corpses, as you're kind of patting them down, you find the odd coin, you're like, oh, fucking hell, put that in the pouch, I'm not going to take it, I'm just putting it to one side. You notice that the gold inlay on your arm, you think, like, given the temperature of Kerechek, you barely pick up on it, you know, but it is a little warmer. And as you kind of look on it and focus on it, you kind of close your eyes for a moment. And just for a second, just a soothing feeling comes across you. And then it passes and you feel as you did. You're still in pain. You're still contemplating what to do. But you feel like a soothing comfort just in the moment as you catch the gold inlay. And then it passes.
When I am going through the bodies, obviously, like I say, I'm trying to be as careful as possible, not to defile them, but I will just, under my breath, not too loud, just say, Avia, guide them to their final resting place. Let them be with their God. Let them know rest. Let them know peace in their last moments.
Okay. That's your 13. Saphira's distracted. Azura and Jin, as you are slightly further down the path, Jin checking the mages and Azura a little bit further down the path, as you said. You notice that the plumes of smoke seem to dwindle. Probably whatever was burning has probably mostly burnt out. And with a 22 and a 24, you hear the very distant, just hard to tell direction. You just know in a similar-ish distance of the smoke as you're focusing that kind of way. You hear the subtle echo through the valley of what sounds like metal armour on stone. As if
Closer or...
It's hard to tell. It's not close. It's not like marching. You just hear like a clang of, like you pick up on it because you've heard Zafira clanging, and you just get a similar in the distance, in the direction-ish of the smoke. There was a clang of metal.
I'll look at the big guy.
And literally, as he does, I'm turning to him, and
We need to
Yeah,
hurry.
they could well be coming this way. If they're coming through the pass.
If they're coming out, then we need to hurry. If they're going to Dragyun. But that's not a flip of the coin I want to make. And with slightly pained, I am going to pick up one of the bodies.
Easy enough. They're not, especially the wizards, they're not particularly heavy. A little bit awkward picking up a dead weight, but I won't make you roll for it.
One up, okay. There's another.
There's the folded one. I'm just lugging the body up and just. Where do you want them, Severe?
You decided what you want to do with them?
I think burning them is probably the best option we have.
Sort of glance to my, well, if we're looking on Tailspire, like sort of to my left.
Yeah, so looking on
Like a little open
Tailspire.
space.
Yeah.
I'll put them in a little plateau over there next to the cactus.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Time.
It's just a pile. Yeah.
That'll fucking do. I'm not lying them all down.
No, that's fine. Body pile.
Body pile. Easy enough to do.
Scaff, you're shaking your head. What do you want to do?
Them all down.
I'm listening.
He's doing it anyway.
Doing it anyway while I wait for you.
This,
Can't bury them. We don't have pickaxes.
I know, but
If we leave them, we shorten our time considerably.
if they come this way, either way, they're gonna know. Like, if it is linked to these, and they are coming this way to check on them, either way, they're gonna know that they've all been killed. So, leaving them as they are, burning them, it technically makes no difference. Burning them is just gonna make it's just gonna be a bit more. I don't want to say disrespectful, but
Throwing them down a ravine?
I never said throw them down a ravine. I said put them. That's why you can levitate with the ring. It's more, we can place them in there, not throw them in. It just means they're more out of sight. But either way, burning them, leaving them, it's the same thing at the end of the day. They're going to know they're not there.
But if we just leave them, they'll start rotting and be picked at.
Wild animals.
From a rite of passage point of view, there are those who prefer to be burned, and there are those who prefer to be buried.
I don't know the laws of Dragyun. I don't know what.
I don't know either.
The
I
laws
just
of
But
in general.
but to return to one's earth by being food or nutrients for something else is the way of life.
it's more
Fuck
the
yeah.
druids.
Life is
I don't
life.
know. I don't know what the best course is here. I just don't know. I don't think. And I'll look at Severa a little bit from my side. Not entirely sure if I should look her straight in the eyes yet. Leaving them or putting them down a ravine Seems like the least respectful way we can deal with this. I don't think there is.
And Scath, if you say it makes no difference, then at least let's burn them. If it makes no difference anyway.
We'll get the orifices whole anyway. If they're not already there.
We do need to decide, though, once we do start to burn them, where are we going? Which way? Where are we going to hide? Because going further in and following our path that we need to, we could encounter.
We need somewhere where we can lick our wounds for at least an hour before we continue. And to get out of these mesas before nightfall. Which, looking at the sky, maybe 6 or 7 hours, maybe 8.
If we'll get the full light at peak noon, but as soon as that starts passing some of these peaks, that light's going to disappear quickly for us in here.
Yeah.
Because we're, so we can't go back. Back is not an option. That'll just add more time to our journey. We need to go forward. If that means we have to use our full prefiller of healing pots to get ourselves back up to at least a fighting chance, we've got to go forward. As much as it pains me to say, but I'd rather not use any of our spells or our spells usage or whatnot, because we don't know what we've got coming up against us, and we need
Hence we need the rest.
Yeah.
We can get through avoiding completely, even better.
We could use all of our healing pots we have left, Scaff, and we'd not be at full health. We would not be fully healed.
That's why I said fighting strength.
Or seeing how these fought, even at full fighting strength, it's a risk.
The next group we encounter, we're surrendering or dying.
I have another option I could think of. We could try.
Need to hear all options at the moment.
I'll take a pot of great here. Let me take it, and I'll go scout ahead for us. I'll try and find the best path.
We're not celebrating Scath.
No.
But we need to find the path.
Not in this unfamiliar place.
Plus, you going forward, finding a path, then coming back just wastes more time.
Let's pile them up, get their weapons aside for them to be remembered. Burn them, do the rites Vero needs to do, wants to do. And then leave together. Find somewhere to sit in relative cover. Rest for a little bit, and then continue on.
You hear the high-pitched squawk of buzzards, 3 of them starting to circle overhead.
Well,
They're
now
starting
smoke
to give
won't
away.
make a difference.
It will, may get them to leave. But now others will be able to see those overhead.
They're not going to see the smoke anyway. Let's do this.
Yes, exactly.
Do your rites. We'll burn them. We'll rest. But not here. We don't have time.
When you say these buzzards are high up, how high are we talking?
Scaff's gonna fucking snipe him.
Can they make it's literally just desert
Oh my
birds
goodness.
looking for a meal, and there's a bunch of dead bodies in the mazes. They're just
Guys, I got us dinner.
Yeah.
I'm just more thinking about using them as what is it? Lookout, because speak with animals. But who knows?
I mean, yeah, speak with would allow you to communicate with them, but they are like up in the sky. You'd have to shout to them.
Hey,
If you
bird!
Oi!
What are you
fuck!
doing? What are you
Get
doing
down
up
here!
That's why I asked how high it was.
Oh, fucking
I mean, yeah,
hilarious.
they're pretty high. They're in the sky. I don't want to put an exact footage on it. They're just, they're flying overhead.
Buzzards in the sky.
Scaff's chewing on a hand.
Scaff can go twice high. Yep, I'll take over the headless man. Very carefully, also carrying the head.
Just the tongue lolling out of the eyes rolled back. Slightly shocked expression locked on his face as his head was severed. A few remnant drips of blood still lingering.
I know rigor mortis is a thing, but can I try and fix it so he doesn't look so pained?
Yeah, you can kind of close his eyelids a bit and shut his mouth, stop it being
Just
so
put his
agape.
tongue in his mouth.
I mean, it has technically just
Back
happened,
in
so
there.
the rigor mortis won't have kicked in yet.
Just put it back in there. Just shut.
I mean, that's
Put a smile on his face.
that's
No,
shades of
that's
Shores
not.
and Cad, that is. That's what Shores and Cad would do.
Yeah.
You just get a dark expression from John.
I didn't say shit, Matt.
Bravo, Jin, going dark.
He didn't say it a character could. Fucking hell. I wasn't gonna go there.
Well, no, it's not here.
I mean, I wouldn't go there, but yes.
Well, yeah, you perform your little prayers and that.
Saphira doesn't say anything out loud. She just kind of has her hands folded over her holy symbol and just eyes closed.
Get the tinderbox ready.
Jin hands Scaff a spare torch he has laying around in the bag of holding.
No,
Point
not
of
the
this,
arsonist.
don't know why, but something compels me to kneel.
Jin just stays silent and stands.
So you're lighting the bodies.
I will light the bodies. Gently, carefully, with respect.
Only the dead bodies, though, please.
See, I never specified what bodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Jin
Goes up
runs
to-
out of Mesa's on fire.
Scaff creeps up behind Jin. Walks
Shit
past Jin.
away.
strikes a match right next to his ear.
No, the dead
Um,
bodies. The dead bodies I will light on fire.
So the robe-like clothing elements are not too difficult to set alight, but it's no speedy process with no fuel.
I mean, we're in a desert. We're in the mesas. There should be a lot of dry branches around. Fuel the fire.
Okay.
I swear I'm not an arsonist.
Yeah, you can see there's that kind of dry, dead-looking tree next to the the bodies. Easy enough. You get some of the bits of the bush, bits of the branch, make a small pyre around the bodies and set them alight.
At least it'll get going a little bit quicker.
I'll keep an eye out around the area.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Oh, that's a 23.
With a 23, you, as the smoke starts to billow and plume and reach up to the clouds, you hear what sounds like, once again, armor on rock that seemed closer and like above-ish, near-ish you, that seems to scuffle in a lower than that stealth check. And
Accompany.
makes its way away.
We were being watched.
Mm.
They're moving away now. Armored. Looks at Severa. Armored.
We need to move.
Why
We need
did
to
we
go
leave
forward.
the horses?
A little bit further back.
Mm.
I'll go get them.
I'll go forward after Jin says that. Shade away. I'll be my looking out self.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I don't want to be ambushed from a front, and thank fuck for being alert.
Yeah. Zafira goes and gets the hosses.
Horses.
Hoss. Scath's going to have a look ahead. Jin noticed from it's hard to tell because it was just up and nearer, and then as the smoke started to billow, it sounds like they've tried to move off, but being armoured, it's a little bit harder to be completely quiet. Cool.
Yeah, I would have gone with Zafira to get the horses.
Mm-hmm. Scath, I won't make you roll the next, depending on how far you want to go. The next section seems to wind down a bit and head down a path. You can't really see what happens at the end, but you can see the wall at the end, so it obviously turns left. Or comes to a complete stop. You can't tell from here.
I'll give Jin a tap on his shoulder, let him know that I'm here, and I'll just whisper 60 foot forward. I'm looking.
Alright.
And then I'll go stealthily, whilst invisible, go down and have a look.
So you want to go 60
crouching
feet?
next to the bush he was next to.
Mm-hmm. Whilst invisible.
Yeah, you've got your baby blue invisible base. Jin scoots over, hiding behind the bush. I mean, you can reasonably see, even though he's invisible, you can see in the midst of, it's mostly sandstone in and amongst the mesas, but there's the odd bits of sand, that have blown in. And you can see simple footprints, so you can kind of gauge where he is.
Yeah, I'm not going to try and walk on the sand more. I'm going to try and hug the rocks where it's more solid.
Okay.
And be that predator of...
Give me a stealth check.
22
Mm-hmm.
for a stealthy.
Yeah, Azura and Zafira. You come back up the hill with the horses. You cannot see Scaff, and you see Jin crouched at the
I
bush.
cannot see Scaff. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Gaffy and scaff things.
Gaps up ahead, 60 feet.
Okay.
So Scaff from here, I mean, hugging the rocks, you can't really see much more.
Other eye on the horizon. Just scanning. Lizard eyes.
Mm-hmm. Any perception?
Not the best. 17.
Yeah, just keep a lookout down there.
So I look above, side. If there's any holes that are big enough to fit like an animal, keep an eye on them. Because you don't want anything jumping out.
You just look up at the sheer faces of the mesas. So you can see, like, there is, you know, the kind of peaks of the mesas. They rise up.
If I hear like a bit of a rock, like tumble or freeze, I'll like try and listen at where it's come from. Look in that area. And then when they start following down, if they do, I'll slowly go forward again.
Jin will sprint to the wall next, or like in front of Scaff, using my 80 feet of sprinting.
They're just trying to be all Mission Impossible and this shit. And Zora and Sophia just standing there with the horses, like, what are they doing? All right, well.
Right.
Naruto
The
runs.
horse starts like counting on the ground. Clop, clop, clop.
Well,
No,
it's just me and the horses.
just us and the horses.
I'll go another 60 feet. Being the stealthy boy.
Lots of fun.
It's gonna turn into like a race, so you can run the fast.
So you come down into this point, and you can see that at first glance, it looks like a dead-ass end. But that's just first glance. As you're kind of being alert and scanning the horizon, you can see that there appears to be a gap where that dark meets the light rock.
Keep hugging to the shadows. Gotta be stealthy boy.
Jin will flag the other two down.
Yeah. Jim waves you down with his hand.
I wave back. Hi.
Hiya. You're right, love.
No, Azura, he wants us to follow.
I know.
You just get like this half disappointed look, like slightly desperate for his student. Just like, how long was he a guard for? Gaps up ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping to the walls. Now that I see they've moved up. Scuttle forward a little bit more.
Bone remnants of some kind of large horned creature. But you can see that there is a kind of gap path up here. You are going to have to do some climbage.
I mean,
which doesn't bode well for the horses.
No.
Are we losing the horses after 2 days? 2 days!
Well, not
bitch!
necessarily. You could try.
I mean, there's always a ring of telekinesis.
Ooh, but the horses.
The horse is not an object.
Wow!
I mean,
The saddle is.
The ring specifies you cannot lift a creature with it.
The saddle is.
I will slowly scale the face of the cliff.
Okay.
Because
Give me an acrobatics check.
acrobatics.
Or athletics.
Athletics.
Oh
'cause it's
wait,
high.
no, this isn't a tree.
Athletics because it's higher.
Jin is starting to move towards the, but he's now just normally walking.
16.
16. Yeah. You climb up the first section. Give me a perception check as you all making your way down.
Yeah, I will check if I can see Scaff's just sort of like trying to climb up.
Yeah, so what I say, you've been loosely trying to follow his footprints in the sandy-ish, but as he's gone into the shadow and whatever, you've lost track of him. You make your way down here and you can see that it's basically dead end, but then you look up and you can see there is a gap up that way. You do see the odd flickers of sandy rock just pebbling down, where you can probably guess that Scaff's climbing up.
One gold on him falling on his ass.
For a tilt ahead, well, I don't know about going that way.
It
Looks
was,
like 4 horses.
it was an 18 on perception.
18 on perception. You can see that from here, like, it becomes, like, you notice these stalagmitey bits that remind you of the crevasse back the way. And it seems like, unfortunately, as you kind of clamber up and have a little look where you can, unfortunately, by avoiding one jumping puzzle, you've found yourself at another, arguably worse. But give me a survival check or a nature check.
16 on survival.
Like, you kind of, with that perception, and you look, like, from this dead end, whatever's up there, you can't see from here, but looking that way, you can tell that the path continues that way. So if you are to go this way, that's the way to continue. And you stop and you think for a minute, and your options are either all go this way, or go back and go a different way, see what you can do. And you also notice that you are now significantly closer to the dying out plumes, and whilst the main plumes of smoke from whatever was being burnt had kind of dwindled and were harder to see from where you were, now you're closer, you can tell that the whatever's being burned is probably just up above where you are here.
I could try.
I would have expected him to go back down by now.
Probably debating leaving us behind.
Yeah, I mean, would he?
Probably.
I'm gonna see what's up there myself.
Be careful.
Don't fall.
When
Oh, a lizard.
when I see Jin climbing up, I'll just throw a stone at his head. Just like, it's like, no.
Can I catch arrow on that?
I mean, it's a
Yeah, I mean, it's a pebble. It's like easy enough.
It's more like say,
Yeah, just not throwing it to
Yeah,
her,
well,
just to get his attention.
At least we know he's not leaving us.
I wish you didn't throw a rock at my face.
I never said face.
Do you say you're all making your way back down?
Yeah.
Jin, you said you're climbing up?
Yeah.
Bonk!
You mean athletics or acrobatics?
Suddenly gets hit by a lizard.
Athletics, please.
Man's getting hit by a lizard. Bless you.
24.
When I see Jin climbing up, I'm just going to stay on the ledge. And when his face gets above that little lip where my feet are, I'm just going to go, boo.
Oh, you were going to teabag him.
No, just
Oh my god.
boo.
Kick him.
Ah!
There's nowhere this way. Dead end.
Jin, now you are up at this bit, you can also see that the plumes were kind of up on this ledge. Do you go any higher? You can see these stalagmitey bits from here, but otherwise not much more.
We ain't getting the horses this way.
Wait here a second. I'm gonna climb higher.
Trust him.
Well,
Oh, he's going higher with it. I mean, I can't let him outbeat me.
Yeah, give me athletics or acrobatics, Jin.
25.
Yeah.
And I basically climb a little bit higher to see if I can see where the smoke plumes are coming from.
oh,
I will. Do I notice that there's actual flames above me?
Yeah, whatever it is, it's still subtly burning away.
I will try and sneak myself up enough so I can peek over the ridge.
Okay, give me a stealth check and another athletics check.
if you were standing down there.
A 23
What?
stealth
What is
and
he doing?
a 17 athletics.
Okay, the stealth saving you a bit there.
Ooh.
So you carefully make your way up. Scaff, did you say you were kind of following?
Yeah, because I can't leave him. If he does go up, I can't leave him by himself. But I'm
Okay.
already stealthed.
Give me athletics or acrobatics.
Athletics, because it's higher. That'll be a natural 20 for 25.
Whoa.
Nice. So you just
Fucking hell.
keeping an eye on him.
I can't remember the last time I rolled a natural 20. Jeez.
Yeah, so from the top of the ridge, give me perception checks.
That would be a 27.
Ooh, fuck you. 18.
Yeah, enough. You can see that there are multiple bodies burning. And also stood. Scaff, you only just make them out, and it's more auditory than visual. You can see trying to stealth their way away atop the cliff. So there are 3 burning bodies. And now that you're paying close attention, you can see that there are 2 similar guards to those that you burned, and 1 wizard. And give me a history check in the moment.
Oh.
Oh, the lavender
Yeah.
lady.
Oh, that's really good. That's
The lavender
21.
21.
5.
21.
Scaff's got no idea. Jin, you with the 27, because you clear, kind of makes sense because Scaff only kind of just about making it out more auditory, but you can make her out trying to stealth away quietly over the
because everyone
rocks.
checked her out.
You remember this was
Oh my
the night lady that walked past you all silently outside the cathedral in Locktorpian.
Judgment call on a 49 or below. I'm gonna be dumb and I can call out. On a 50 and above, I'm gonna be a little smarter. Turns out I'm not. I will have 47.
Oh no.
Oh,
I will present myself and yeah, unzips.
Sorry, I looked at your butt back to Loctopus.
And I will call out Night. It seems we share an enemy.
When you say night, she kind of pauses. And then when you say we share an enemy, she slow turns, realizing that she's been seen. She's kind of crouching, making her way.
Blink, 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 blink.
But yeah, it's very form fitted and like it's not like loose, it's not plate, it's not like scale mail, it's not chain, but you can't completely avoid the odd little plate on plate scuff, no matter how quiet you're trying to be.
When Jin goes up, I'll also go up.
What are they
We're like,
doing
where,
up
where are
there?
they going? Do we hear Jin say anything?
So it's been quiet up until that point, but you do hear him call out from the top of the ridge because it kind of echoes down slightly. Night, and then you don't really hear the second bit that he says.
Oh, I
What's
found
he doing?
someone.
I'm going to say under my voice to Jin, because I am still invisible. Is this wise?
Under my breath. No.
Well, at least she knows. Sorry, she's hot. Oh no.
Jesus.
You would do well to
no.
keep your distance, travellers.
Uh-oh.
I will. Were you the one that checked up on us earlier?
I was. I needed to see if more were to follow.
And I needed to know for sure that these three were not more as well.
I can appreciate that. And she kind of gestures at them with her sword. As you can tell, they're no longer a threat.
Thank you. Where are you heading?
Give me a persuasion check.
A persuasion, she says. Oh yeah, okay, that's a straight 12. I guess I don't have any bonuses to that at all.
Let's skip the niceties. You don't necessarily need to know. Through the mesas. That bit should be obvious.
So she was from Locktorpian, if I remember correctly, you said.
You last saw her in Locktorpian, yeah.
Did we get a name?
No,
Nope.
we saw her last in Loctopus.
Sorry,
Yeah, we saw her last Loctopus.
Loctopus, sorry, yeah.
I recognize you from Loctopus. You've come a long way.
I could say the same.
If you're traveling towards Dragyun, it might be smart to travel together. The roads are not safe.
Give me a persuasion. Or intimidation. just throw that out there. I don't want to assume your tone.
I'm just trying to be reasonable. That's a straight 18. That's a little better.
Is it coincidence that we meet her in here? I don't think it's coincidence.
It's what's going on?
I don't know. But
I mean,
You may have better luck getting your horses round the other way, but equally it seems difficult. She looks over. I don't know about this section.
do we see her look over?
She's further back. You guys are like down here.
Oh right.
You guys are down there. She's looking down over there. And like from this point now, Jin and Scath, you can see that that's basically like it's like a drop, a jump down, a jump down, a jump down.
Oh,
yeah, horse will not jump down.
Fair enough. Thank you for the information. If you want to depart, I won't stop you. As you may have noticed, I'm in no shape to either.
You would try to stop me?
Faceless chuckle.
I wouldn't. But to reassure you, I couldn't.
Reasonable. I mean no one any harm. I was merely defending myself on the path through.
As were we.
Did she get any information from them?
Find out who they are.
No. One of them had a note about taking what they can, stopping anyone from Doriusai. Is Jin... Are you full incognito now, or do you still have any Doriusai?
No, I've removed
Insignia.
all
Okay.
insignias and stuff, yeah. I mean, if you... Like, I guess if she was really, like, well known with the area, the scarf might, but you would have to, like, you know...
Yeah. They're on the lookout for certain people, so you might want to tell your dragon folk friends to be careful.
We gathered much the same. We found a similar note. On the wizard fella, I'm guessing.
Indeed.
Anything funny to you about the other two?
Easy to dispatch.
Agreed.
Show off.
Very well. I'll let you go. Thank you for being honest. And thank you for the information about the path. That'll help greatly.
In the interest of asking, might you tell where you are headed? You did
Don't know
offer
if
to
she
travel together.
What cardinal direction is Dragyun?
East-ish.
East-ish.
I mean, from the mesas, it's basically east.
Yeah. East. Through the mesas. Out the east end. And then following the road for a while.
You see she kind of turns her head to one side or two and then looks up. Travelling alone isn't easy, I must admit. How am I to know you can be trusted?
You're from Loctopus, yes?
You see again, she thinks, since you've mentioned it twice now.
When she says about the trust, I'll come visible.
Fantastic timing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you see, she does react. She's not like, oh, fucking hell. But she does kind of just, she shifts slightly.
Trust.
I wondered where you'd gone.
I'll remove my cap and lower the mask. We are originally from Salgard. We've seen you before and looked up us.
'Tis true, I was there. It was a few weeks ago.
That it was.
A lot has happened.
Indeed it has.
We're guards. We were guards in Salgard. We don't mean anyone any harm.
Give me a persuasion check. I'll say with advantage, because Scaff showing faith as well.
It's a 17.
I'm sure you can understand my trepidation if I was to travel with a random group of people who've just slaughtered a group of another. But there are 4 of you, and I know not what there is out on the road to Dragyun, as that is my destination. I'm to see one of the houses. There's been disturbance amongst them.
Oh, Savannah, our Manifax seems to be making moves.
That they do. Are you with them?
Very much not so.
Spit on the floor.
Octur.
Spit on that thing.
From
You
the
may
little I
have-
know, I could only assume that these were from Zarmanifax. I don't know
Note
about the
seems to
mages.
suggest.
I am to see House Gulreen. I won't say any more for now.
That's acceptable. We are also going to Dragoon.
To what end, might I ask? Of course, feel free to not tell me, but if we're in the business of discussion, at least.
I need to reclaim a book.
A book needs to be reclaimed, and well, we were going to go for, out of interest, one of our friends.
Would
Although how
make
that situation
sense.
has changed, no idea.
It's impressive armour your friend wears. But also equally as impressive as the scales of your other friend. I've not seen one of his kind before.
Neither have we.
Someone quite unique should perhaps be more careful. If this note does belay that they are looking for someone, it would probably make sense.
It does.
Well, I will let you make a decision. And she starts walking along the face. Let you decide amongst yourselves how you are to proceed. I will give you an hour. She jumps down and dies.
Oh no! Clatter. Scaff, we gotta go loot her now.
Jumps down onto the first platform.
Loot, you say?
I will wait for you along the path for an hour. If you don't arrive, I shall assume you've perished. Best of luck. She jumps down again.
Kerechek be with you.
There's no response. She just continues making her way down.
Just look at him with the side eye. What? Wait, since when?
Since when what, Scott?
Nothing. Whilst we're up
Well,
here,
yes.
may as well have a little scout up here, see where we can get round.
Well, looking at
them-
these platforms, we're not going to get the horses up if we decide to go this path.
We're
We're
gonna have to go
guaranteed a
back round
plus
that way.
1 if we do.
We're gonna have to go around, aren't we?
If we want to bring the horses.
Do we want to bring the horses?
Oh no, she has a horse.
I went through the desert with a horse with no name.
We can slap their asses, send them back to Doria's Sigh. They'll find their way home.
Still, we're probably going to have to go back all the way around because it's going to be quite a climb with all the armor on.
Honestly, I'm not that worried about her. And honestly, I'm not worried about the big guy anymore either.
Remember
It's
when
this-
we boarded? Remember
Yes.
when we boarded the ship? How well that went.
Remember when you climbed a tree, Scaff? How well that went. And you did fine just a
Hang
second
on
ago.
a minute. Climb the tree was fine. Getting out of the tree was a different matter.
So you want to voluntarily go down this cliff again? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we
You
can't.
know,
even-
maybe she'll catch you at the Ring of Telekinesis this time. Maybe.
Even if I wanted to, I couldn't.
Oh.
But it's more the fact of, do we want to bring the horses? It's going to be hard trek otherwise.
It's going to be a hard trek anyway. And honestly, with how Dragyun seems to be developing, I don't see how the horses are going to do as much good getting into the city. There is a growing feeling that we're not going to enter the city in a traditional fashion. Two Dragonborn Scaff, a hobgoblin of curious descent, and a note that says to capture or kill anyone that matches. We're going to show up at their gate. They're going to try and take the two of them. If they make me out, they're going to execute me on the spot. We're not entering the city through the front gate.
Well, we could. Might not be against our will, but
It also, I guess, depends if the guards of the city are bought, which is not a guarantee, I suppose. But regardless, if we enter through that front gate and even one of them is bought,
the
house will know.
house will probably already know we're on the way.
Probably. Some semblance of surprise could be good, though. And I'll just sort of turn around and sort of look down towards our two Dragonborn friends, and just sort of wave down that we're okay.
We really are stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, aren't we? How
Yes,
did
we
we
are.
get ourselves into this?
What do you think
We
is taking them so
were.
long?
I have no idea.
A sense of responsibility to the world, Scaff.
That is true.
Never
We are
the
gonna-
easy path to take.
And we're going to have some great stories to tell when we get back to Salgard.
If we have all our limbs.
Waterskin. Want some?
Sip. What are you guys yapping about?
Coming down in a minute.
Wouldn't it be better for them to come up to us? Just pat the horses on the rump and tell them on the way.
It would save us a trip. Isn't it a little rude to communicate that from this high down there, though?
Oi, what do you want?
We could try hoisting the horses up.
Hang on. I could speak with horse. I could speak with animal. And I could just command with the horse.
Maybe they can grow fingers and climb.
These could be quite some, quite athletic horses and be quite equestrian, like of agility, might be able to jump the way up. I mean, if
We'll
one of
just
them-
yell down and tell them to
I don't think Scaff knows
send
how
the
horses
horses on
work.
their way.
Yes. Unless you do want to climb down and walk all the way around.
No, not really. Won't make much of a difference. I'm
I'm
afraid.
I'm still a little bit tender.
True.
5 HP, by the way.
It's okay, dude. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I've been hoping you fluff these checks so you can just die off your own fucking fall. Ah, you fell 10 feet, 1d6, 5, you're dead.
I'll yell down. We don't have a choice. We're gonna leave the horses.
Oh.
Get to climbing.
Pat them on their back. They'll know their way home.
So they're going to make us climb up to them.
Yeah.
You know what, Zafira?
Hmm.
Nah. But think back to the field. Arms out.
You think you can carry me in this?
I did it before.
Skeptical.
D&D!
Oh dear.
Watching this unfold, I'm just going to say, Jen, why don't they just use the ring?
I think it doesn't work on people, Scaff, but I'm not really familiar with the details.
Gonna send the horses on the way. You know, I can just climb, Azura. I'll be fine.
They could lift the armor, couldn't they?
I mean, we could.
I've been doing that for a very long time before I left home.
What about
Yeah,
Jin?
but if you do fall, you're going to
I'm gonna clonk. Like I always do.
painfully.
Do you have rope?
I was about to say we could throw them some rope.
Just
Let's
get
throw
to
them some
climbing.
rope. I'll take rope out of the bag of holding. Is there anywhere I can tie it down?
I mean, you have a look
While he does
around.
that,
There is some rocky bits.
While he goes through all of this to throw down a rope, I'll just make sure that my shield and my sword is secure on my back and I'll start fucking climbing.
Well,
How could I say? I could hold the rope at the back as an anchor, and then you could throw it down and pull them up.
I'll look you up and down. Oh, you're a scrawny ass, you're not?
I'll arm wrestle you right here.
Fuck's sake. Oh,
Alright, let's arm wrestle.
what are they doing?
I don't know. Let's just get to climbing before someone gets hurt.
Arm wrestle him.
Opposed strength check, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, go on then. Let's do this.
I rolled it on the D&D Beyond for you.
But you
I
rolled
rolled a
save.
19.
That was a natural 20 for a 25.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
but
rolled a save.
You rolled your
check.
strength.
Oh,
Okay.
shit. Bastard.
Technically.
Actually, it's an athletics check. Contested.
It was still a 20.
Oh, dang.
That's a 19. I lose at 1 point.
Hey, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch. Hey, hold on.
Hands him the rope.
Winning's winning.
I could say it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
Yes. Azura, athletics or acrobatics. Zafira, athletics or acrobatics with disadvantage, please.
And a
You're really
rope just
gonna
sort
make
of
the
falls
strength-
by you.
A strength 20 paladin. Roll a disad.
Because of the armor.
Strength 20 paladin. Yeah, 17 with disad.
Okay.
19 athletics.
So, again, don't me to be the anchor and you pull them up.
Go ahead.
They're still
to argue.
doing that
Still
shit up there.
arguing over who's got to do what at the top. Right, we've had an arm wrestle. We've got the rope out. Who's being the anchor? Who's being the... Right, you two roll again. You're fucking up there by the time they're finished.
I'll hand Scaff the rope. Hold that.
Hold the rope.
Yeah, 25 as well.
Throw the rope over.
They've thrown it over the side where
We're already gone. Just over, like... Where Scaff is standing, like, back there. Just keep climbing.
There's a rope. Oh, never mind, Scaff. Stop pulling the rope back in.
You know, we go out of our way to help them and I don't even use our help.
One more roll. Excuse me.
17.
7. No. Wait, is that a 9 or a 6? No, that's a 9. 17.
Hello.
Hey!
You two finished arguing?
I'll give her a hand. We weren't arguing. What are you talking about?
What was that about a rope and arm wrestling and...
The
Didn't
higher
lose.
up top, we could hear you, but
Just look at Jin with a smirk. Nothing. Nothing about
Friendly
that.
comp-
wrestling.
Friendly competition.
So, what were you doing up here this entire time? And why are we leaving the horses?
Well, we have two options. We either climb the horses up here,
Mm.
or we have the horses jump a ravine a little bit further back.
Hmm.
Either way, we're losing a horse.
And now you're up here, you can see the remaining jumping puzzle.
Yeah, that doesn't look very good.
yeah.
You can also see the burnt out corpses of the two guards and the wizard.
The wizard had it. And
Someone
we've got
else was
to,
here?
well, we've got to go catch up with our new friend.
Oh,
Our old friend.
We never spoke to her. You remember the night in Locktopus?
The one all
One
of you
with-
checked out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, she's here?
Oh,
I look at the Severa with a slight bit of like, yeah, that one.
Mm. And were you going to keep that quiet until we got to her?
calm yourself down, Azura.
What?
She's traveling to Dragyun as well on her own, mind you.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Azura's too excited about this.
We offered that we could travel together, maybe, and she tentatively accepted if we could meet her within the hour.
let's go.
It'll be 5 instead of 4.
Azura. Behave yourself.
Come on, we just seem so close to death. Just
And-
get to be enjoying out, you know?
Oh,
We still do need a rest.
We do need a rest, yes.
what did she say?
But she's tentatively agreeing to travel with us to Dragyun.
Mm-hmm.
She has business there,
Mm-hmm.
meeting with a different house than the one been hurrying us.
And where is she?
A little further up the road,
Waiting?
have to-
Or are we catching up? Or
waiting.
how long?
About an hour.
Was that before or after you had an
Before.
argument and we decided to climb? Okay, we should probably get going then.
Well, is there a take us an hour to climb? You do realize.
Yeah, but we don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
how long.
stuck good 10-15 minutes.
When they were
go.
arguing for 15 minutes about the rope.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, they had an arm wrestle, then they had to get the rope
Oh
out,
my
then they've discussed
God.
who's anchoring, and they've thrown the rope down, and you've already
Oh my
climbed.
God, man. Right.
Airflex.
Jim will walk up to the ledge. I'll sort of like gauge the distance between the next
Do a
platform.
Do a backflip.
Climb up there.
There. Nobody tosses a dwarf. Ooh.
About 20 feet.
I'll sort of look at that.
Now, what I'll say, while you're weighing this up, because obviously you pretty much your only option is to jump it.
Mm.
And because it is 20 feet of distance, you won't necessarily be subject to fall damage, per se, because you're not
Like the
falling.
impaling damage in between.
Well, unless, yeah, if you fluff it, you're gonna fucking miss. But like, there will be a roll, and if you get below a certain threshold, you'll make it and probably just get a little bit of fall damage, because at least this first jump is bigger. The other jumps are more. You kind of you weigh it up. They're not as steep.
How far is it to the bottom? Like
I mean,
the
it's still
very
pretty steep, to be fair. How far is it to the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, I think it was about 40 feet, wasn't it? That's
I mean, you're good with you can aim a bow a long distance. I'm sure you could probably gauge a distance to the floor.
Because
About 60 feet to clear the ravine.
Because what I'm thinking is, get a couple of arrows, tie some rope to it, shoot it so it sticks in, zipline.
Into the rock, yeah. Everything is rock.
When do you
Idea.
have a composite bow?
To the floor.
which is also rock.
Rock. Sandstone.
But we glide down. We're not jumping down. We are gliding down.
You're shooting an arrow into rock wherever you shoot it.
Okay?
The floor is rock.
Jim will just shake his head and jump the first platform.
Monk shit.
What am I rolling, pitch?
What level did you get slow fall? Haven't you already got that?
Oh, me?
Or was that higher?
That's a lot higher.
Is it?
I think my level 11 has it.
It might even be like level 7 or something comedically, which you not got to yet because you're multi-classed.
Oh no, slow fall. You can use your reaction when you
Yeah,
fall
there
to reduce any falling damage you take by 25.
Yeah, 4th level.
Yeah.
There you go then. I mean, yeah, you just kind of hum and just leap off and just matrix it. Land. I'm more worried about the dragons, to be honest. You guys are heavy. Who's going next?
Well, look at Severa. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I can try and catch you.
You probably shouldn't. Does she want to get squished?
Squeezed.
You're worth it.
I mean,
It's not the good kind of squished.
I could
Don't
attempt
worry about
to use my wings to carry you down with the armor you're wearing. And
Sorry, how long do your wings last?
a minute.
I am very
I
heavy,
can-
though.
I can move roughly.
It's not flying, it's falling with style.
It's style.
Arguably a lot easier to
I
carry someone, to float someone down than it would have been to fly you up.
And
I mean, we can
I have-
try. I am very heavy though, so I'm sorry.
It's gonna be safer.
Okay.
I mean, I could. Once I've taken you down, Severe, I could try and come back for you, Scath, but
Don't worry about the lizard. He's good at falling out of trees.
he's also looking really hurt.
That's true. Come here, and I'll.
No, fuck yous. I'm going to try my rope trick and shoot it into the ground and rappel down.
Okay.
Dean's just munching on a ration.
You want
You
some
like-
healing or not? You know what?
Just
You
to-
don't even have to be willing for me to do this, and I'm just gonna tap on his shoulder and cast a cute wound.
Yeah.
Fuck this.
What level?
Second, because I don't have any first level spell slots left.
What's that? 2d8 plus your
Yeah.
plus something.
Wait, +3. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at maths. 40? No, not 14. 15. 15 hit points back.
Nice.
Do you think you
Scaff.
can just go down normally now?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, Scaff.
I was actually oblivious to that fucking speaker.
I just like.
You still
pat
doing
you
your
on the
rope trick
shoulder,
or
healed
not?
you.
I really want it because I know it'll look fucking amazingly cool.
All right.
Jin jumps the next platform, just sort of shaking his head.
I'm ready when you are, Azura.
Okay, arms out.
I'm flying.
Yeah, and I will use my gem flight to.
I always wanted to be a real dragon.
And
Look, Mom, I'm a real bird.
Don't mention Ma, please.
Give me a charisma saving throw, Azura.
Uh-oh.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Do I get a plus from Zephyr?
Yeah. You're within 10 feet. You're trying to lift me.
Oh dear.
Oh,
What's
no.
that plus?
3?
3.
8.
Oh.
8. You push the fairer off. No, I'm joking.
Oh.
Murderer!
As you flash out
Don't
your
lift the king.
wings, you feel it's almost over in an instant, but the moment that you summon these spectral wings, you feel an agonizing pain, as if these spectral wings had physically grown out of your back.
Ow.
Ooh.
And then it kind of passes in a wave. And as you kind of wince and there's the pain.
Literally, it would have, as it happened, it would have been. Oh God, that's new. What?
You take 1 point of psychic damage.
I knew I was too heavy.
And in the back of your mind, you get a flash of bone. Just be it an image, a thought, a sound, just bone is the thought process in that moment.
Ah. Okay.
Took over my shoulder. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's weird.
I'll jump the
I'll
last
just be
platform.
like,
Don't break your back. Trying to lift me. I can jump down.
no, it's okay. And I've just been sort of flexing my shoulders for a quick feel, as though is everything okay.
Yeah, it's just the spectral wings are there now. No more pain, no weirdness. It's just that as you summoned them.
Ready? And I'll
Yeah.
pick it as a fear and And I'm going to go straight to the floor, not onto the platform.
You're going straight down. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to make you roll, but now I am. Give me a athletics check.
I'm glad that's
I
right.
good my decision.
1723.
Whee! Bajin.
I'll jump
I
on
always
top.
I sort of like follow them, like
Just see us both glide past you in Zephyra's Titanic style. It's like, hey.
I always wanted to be a real dragon. It's like
Oh.
Kronk and Isma.
I'll parkour my way down and jump to the next ledge. Parkour.
Why do we even have that lever?
Give me acrobatics check.
Acrobatics. Oh, that's a 22.
Oh.
Parkour.
Give me an acrobatics check.
Oh, that's a 12.
12. You land slightly wrong and take 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
How?
I'll play it off. Did not see it. Parkour.
Acrobatics check for the last one.
Dirty 20.
You firm that last one, like, oh, no, got to make sure I land properly. And you jump down. As you
The
all
legs are a little stiff.
group up, make your way to the bottom.
Make my way down.
You make your way
Oh my
round.
god, there's a flying arrow.
It's a flying arrow!
Do we have to parkour to that?
Parkour!
Parkour.
You
I wonder which way
follow
we go now.
along the mesa path, past the bramble bush and the bramble cactus to meet up with the aptly named Lavender Knight.
Hey.
Hey, girl!
Jinx, you see the carrying Zephyra.
Kind of been leaning up against the rock. The plate of her helmet had been raised as she'd been taking a drink and having a ration. And as you all kind of come round the corner and get a bit closer, she closes the visor on her helmet. And as you all right yourselves together, so you made it then. You've alleviated yourself of the horses.
I had to
Unfortunately.
bring them up.
It's going to make travelling the rest of the way a little slower than it would have been. But I suppose the time you've saved coming through the mesas might offset the difference.
Plus, being on horseback might draw more attention to us. We try and be a little more discreet without the... Says the giant blue dragon.
Whose wings kind of almost
Still there.
fold in and disappear into their spectralness. Well, forgive me if I'm a little quiet on our journey. But hopefully we can, if not get to know each other a little better, keep each other company. I do appreciate the offer, but forgive me for being a little tentative. I'm used to travelling alone.
Oh,
That's okay.
Let's make use of what remaining hours we have of the day. Do you need anything before we go?
Quick
Thinking-
rest would be appreciated.
Well, then I would perhaps recommend we do it now while we still have the cover of the mesas.
My thoughts exactly.
Mhm.
As you all gather up to have yourselves a little rest with a
Good short
new
rest.
found comrade, we will go for a break.
Ooh.
We'll call it 8 minutes past.
Sure.
What do you reckon? 15, 20 minutes, come back at half past or something?
Half past works.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sounds
That's
good.
good. Okie dokie. Thank you everybody for watching so far. As our party sit down for that short rest. Tell you what, we'll do that now, just before we go to break, so that we can just crack straight into it. So, I guess you guys are taking hit dice.
Yes.
Don't forget to mark those off on your sheets. Tick the short rest box for what it gives you back. I don't know, other than hit points for most of you. How
Oh,
many?
I can use my channel divinity again.
Oh, you get that back on a short rest, do you? Nice.
Hmm.
What we all taking? How many hit dice we all taking?
Oh, I
I
took
took
two.
off. I took off 5 of my monk ones
All 5 monk ones.
for 36.
Nice. Okie dokie. Puts Jin up to 50.
Yes.
Why didn't that count the 10? No, that counted as 0.
Because you need to roll it in the short rest menu.
I did, but it didn't do it.
Or you just rolled poorly.
No, it's not rolling it.
Oh, yeah.
Did you tick the box that it automatically applies the...
Result? Did you tick off your hit dice?
Yeah, ticked off hit dice and the automatically apply hasn't.
Strange.
Mine
worked.
Yeah.
But I guess just roll it out so I didn't.
Yeah.
I think I saw Scaff got 16. I definitely saw a roll of 16 for Scaff.
Yeah, custom roll of 16 for something.
So how do you do
why
it?
it was a custom.
I pressed short rest. I brought up the menu. Automatically apply healing with dice result is on.
Yeah. Select how
filled the
many you
boxes.
want.
Yeah, and I've clicked take short rest twice.
And then no, you have to once you have selected your hit dice, there's a box that pops up underneath. It says how many dice you've taken plus whatever bonus you have, and then you have to click on that box and then take short rest after you've got the result from it.
Yeah, but it never applied the
I
roll.
don't see that box.
Oh my god. Great. Wait.
Anyway, I'm back up to 41 HP.
This.
Got 57, 50, 41. So your take, so just roll, is it 1d12 plus 3 for each one? So just roll 5d12 and then add 15. 5d12 plus 15. Just do it that way.
Yeah, because I rolled a 16 plus the bonus, so
41 plus 15
mine was 21 hit points in total.
is 6.
Cool. Right, see you at past, everybody. Oh, we are back.
That one thing Lisa once said about Jin, I was like, I was crying. It was so.
So,
Oh, I loved it.
you've got basically an hour. Do you all? I mean, I wouldn't assume that you all just sit there in silence, but
We do some journaling.
not if you want to get a short rest in. You don't.
Val was right about you. I like this one. I like this one.
I
Oh.
wonder how he is.
Are we getting a campfire going?
We're
It's
not
the
gonna be
middle of
here
the
that
day
long.
in the desert. Why do you need a fire?
No, no excuse for you to start a fire.
It was to break the tension. Okay.
What tension is there?
There's no tension. It's just Garth being an idiot. He does that sometimes.
Looking for the brain cell.
Maybe his tongue will lick his eye in a minute. You just sort of have to keep watching him. It'll happen.
It's a frog blink one eye. Oh god, here he goes again. Those horrible noises.
Get a ration bar.
I'm going to eat a ration bar.
Check the date.
Does it have a nutrition
Check the
table?
nutrition information on the back. Fucking
They have a
hell.
nutrition table on it. How many calories?
Made in Kerecekian.
So how did those that were guards in Saugard find their way to the mesas? En route to Dragyun of all places.
I wanted to go home. He wanted to see Dragyun.
Arthur wanted to go home.
I want to know more about me. Because apparently I'm quite unique. And I thought Dragyun sounds like a place I might learn something.
Well, I suppose if there's information about the dragon folk that you need, there would be the place to go. Do you suspect you have family there?
As far as the way I'm aware, I don't have family anywhere. I was hatched in Sauga. I know nothing of anywhere beyond there, and other than what I've learned on my travels.
So you said you two wanted to go home. Did you make it there?
Mm-hmm.
You've left already?
Unfortunately. Did you travel by way of Doria's side by chance?
I didn't make it that far north. I came via the Great Tree. Headed northeast to the mesas.
Is the road block over?
No, it's still there. I had to charter a ship.
Mm.
And I had aid getting to shore.
No trouble on the seas?
It was a relatively short journey. I'm not sure how arcane you are. You all seem to have talents. But there are ways and means of travelling that, you can get from one place to another quite quickly.
We're familiar.
Indeed, there was a couple of, well, rather strange individuals travelling north on the ship.
What kind? If you don't mind me asking.
Give me a persuasion check.
Nice. Not very. Ooh, what does a 4 get me?
A 4. She kind of
Oh dear.
tilts her head a little bit. I mean, I suppose it's no secret. There was, one of them was orcish in nature, I think. One of them was I believe he was a tabaxi. And there was a older lady with them.
Mm.
I'm gonna do a history check
Yeah?
to see if those descriptions. Let me think
mean-
of someone.
Mhm.
17.
I mean, putting 2 and 2 together, an orcish person, a tabaxi, and an older lady, you certainly saw her in Loctopus, and, well, you guys arrived with an orcish person, a tabaxi, and maybe not too familiar about the older lady, but I mean, it could be assumed given who we've met and who we know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they were travelling with a strange cargo, a large barrel. And the older lady was, I don't quite think she's who she says she is. But, well, I won't bore you with the details. She can get you places. I didn't get a name, though.
I think we've met her ourselves, haven't we?
Coincidence seems to not exist in this world.
No.
The group, they paid me for some, I don't want to say escort or guard duty. It wasn't really that. It was more just a travelling sword. Heading in a similar direction. For someone to pay you to go where you're going anyway kind of makes sense. So I travelled with
You
them.
said you stopped at the Great Tree.
Yes, that was their destination. I left them there so I could continue north. As, of course, I have business with House Gulreen.
They wanted to go to the Great Tree.
Yeah, that was where the destination was.
I wonder how close she can get.
Well, do you mean the older lady?
The old lady. Mm-hmm.
She there was no way to make landfall, and rather than going all the way north, it was discussed that it may be easier to make our way to shore. Now you say that, what do you mean how close she can get?
To the tree.
Well, she did say that she wasn't going to be staying with, and she did leave shortly after, so she basically got us to the shoreline north of the road blockade. About a day's travel so that we could avoid that, and then we travelled on to the Great Tree, and she went about her way.
And if you remember, how are things at the Great Tree?
I mean, it's the religious hub of of the world, I suppose. It's not really my thing so much. Whilst I appreciate the gods and what they do for people, I'm not necessarily an avid follower or a practitioner myself. But, yes, everyone, there's pilgrimages coming from all directions. Everything seems to be going well there. Have you been before?
Yes, before I found myself in Saugard.
Oh, okay.
I took a pilgrimage myself.
Oh, where from? If you don't mind me asking.
Kerecekian's teeth.
Oh.
Sort of, well, I suppose a bit aimless until I met some people who were going.
Oh, that's how a lot of pilgrimages start.
Right. I suppose.
Well, as long as you found what you were looking for, that's all you can ask, I suppose. She kind of nods towards you. Yeah, nods towards the symbol. So I guess you follower of the serpent herself, are you?
Paladin.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
We were very proud of her.
So what else do you specialise in? I mean, I would guess you're an archer of sorts. Nods towards you, Scath.
Very astute.
The lack of armour and the large, quite interesting weapon. I guess you're the strong man.
I am, but my friend here is teaching me his ways as well.
What ways are those?
Of the sword.
It's the way of many, I suppose. A lot of people use swords. It's, suppose in this day and age, it's important to have a means of defending oneself.
In my case, it's also a way of life.
To live and to die by the sword, perhaps.
A little more complicated than that.
Well, shall we? The rest of this journey is not going to move itself. You all feeling rested enough?
Feeling a lot better.
Yeah.
These ration bars are really good. They do well for one soul.
Trail mixed. Nice Nutri-Grain bar. Right then. She gets up and offers her hand out for anyone that wants to take it.
I hop to my feet.
I'll take her hand since she's offering.
Helps her fare her up.
Thank you.
You're welcome, girl. Helps you up.
Someone has to be the gentleman here. Side eye.
So is there does anyone know a quick route? Is it direct? Anything we should avoid?
I think honestly, we were planning on following the road, sleeping off the road if
One just
required.
followed.
Reasonable. think if we were
You
to...
saw a giant cockatrice. I don't think it's wise to wander too far off.
Of course. Well then, let's travel the rest of today. Sleep under the cover of night, and then hopefully we'll be able to make our way to Dragyun.
Agreed.
Shade away.
Hopefully no wandering clowns this time.
They were weird.
Very weird.
Fucking birds.
Okay, so for the remainder of the travel, save doing multiple tests, checks, and we'll do a group check. So on this journey, I'd like you all to pick one thing that you think would benefit, one statistic, feature, idea. You all need to sell me something. Tell me how you think you could benefit the journey to alleviate any issues along the way.
I is the lookout. I make sure nothing can ambush us, and I'll be like a hawk. As always.
Okay. I suppose everyone will have to make me a perception, so give me a perception, and let's say we'll just do one at a time. Scaff, do perception and we'll say survival. Since you're being...
Sure. Perception and survival. Right.
Yeah.
Right, so survival is a 16. And perception is 19.
Okay. During the first couple of hours as you come out of the mesas and back out into the open sands, you notice keeping your eye towards the south to see if you can regain any eyes or direction on the wandering monstrosity to the south. And you do catch eyes on it a little closer than it was before, still a good ways away. So you divert a little more, slightly more to the north, just to not gain its attention. Who's next?
Are we just talking about today or the rest of the travel?
This is basically the rest,
city?
yeah, the rest of the journey, yeah.
So, after a long rest, in case anyone gets tired or we need something carried, I can summon us a steed.
Okay, nice.
Which
Yeah,
will
yeah.
stick around until I dismiss it.
Nice. Okay.
So we could have it until we get to the city, basically. We could even have it into the city.
Is that how long it lasts? So is there no...
It lasts until I dismiss it or until it's reduced to 0 hit points. And I can communicate with it telepathically.
Nice. Okay. Okay. Give me your perception to accompany that.
Okay. It's rolled off my mouse pad. 14.
Okay. Yeah, mostly following the road, but on a couple of occasions where there's the road, the sand gets a bit more duney. It's not really hilly, it's more duney. You notice that your companion does seem to be flagging. Even with you guys' passive insight, it seems that she's probably not used to travelling with other people at a certain pace, and it becomes a bit more apparent that she's probably not sleeping very well. So she makes use of the steed so as to not slow down the progress. Who's next?
I will probably, from my earlier journeys, as well as probably like getting prepared for a journey to Dragyun, I will try and recall anything about the road or any like sort of outposts that might you have to keep in mind or anything like that.
Okay, give me a history check.
History. That would be a 19.
19. You would recall that to about halfway between the mesas and Dragyun, there is a small encampment with a large watchtower that's 70, 80 feet tall, wooden structure. A bit like one of those, what's it called, like the fire watchtowers. It's like a small, like 15 or 20 feet by 20 feet kind of. It's a place where people go to stay to keep long-term overwatch. And it's generally like a kind of reference point when you're coming down from the mountains. If you're not going to Dragyun, you know that that's halfway along the road to the east or the west. And you can see, use that as rather than just being open expanse. Saphira, you would also remember this tower because you likely would have passed it coming from the mountains without going to Dragyun itself. But using Scaff's survival and guidance, you can make your way around it if you don't want to have been seen, or if it's up to you. If you want to avoid it completely, we'll have to do a group stealth check. Or if you're not bothered, then we can... It's up to you. I mean, you'd remember, along with your history... Yeah, you know, it's not like a hostile tower, it's just...
Yeah.
It's more... If you pass it, they're likely to be able to relay information, It's more like watching out who's on the road, what's on the road. If you're heading east towards Dragyun, you could likely assume that you will have been reported. There's people on the road. So it's up to you.
I'd say avoid the tower.
Makes sense. Especially if people are keeping an eye out for certain people, certain species.
Okay, give me a group stealth check. You can do yours with advantage if you want, Scath. It's the only person who can go invisible.
Wait, no, I don't do mine at this, do I?
With the armor.
I can't remember now. I think if you're what was the attunement thing? I can't remember.
The attunement was that it's not. I don't think I have attuned to it though, but it doesn't. No, I haven't attuned to it, but it doesn't give me the disadvantage anymore on my sheet. But I'll just roll it twice.
I seem to think there was something to do with it.
Oh my god.
Oh no, yeah. So once attuned to the armor, you don't suffer disadvantage on stealth checks.
Even with it's fine. Even with dishad, the higher roll was a 5. So
nice.
Shining in the distance like a giant beacon.
And he's me hitting a nat 20 as well on stealth.
I mean, that helps alleviate the lower roll. See what the boys got.
21.
28.
Nice.
What was the total, Scaff, on your nat?
24. But it was a nat 20.
Nice.
Not bad,
man.
Thankful for advantage.
Yeah, so as you're passing, you're all kind of paying attention, making your way like trying to use the sand dunes to your advantage. You all kind of
drape her in my
notice that,
scarf.
noticing that as the sunlight, there's barely any clouds in the sky, if at all, and you get the occasional ray of sun that just makes you all wince at how bright Marquise shine is. For it is, after all,
Shining.
ever shiny. And between you all, you kind of use robes, cloths, etc. to hide the shine.
Took her in her armor.
Okay. What's Azura doing as his part of the travel?
Honestly, there's not a lot that I'm good at, but
It's not necessarily about being good at stuff, just
being overloaded with rations, I'm going to make sure everyone's eating and drinking well on the journey, making sure they're taking regular meals, and just staying fed.
okay. I'll say knock off a couple of rations then, because it becomes quite apparent that your travelling companion has no bags. She's quite, whilst trying to be polite, very hastily accepting of offers of food and drink. And given the Zafira noticing that she was a bit tired, I'll say along the journey, because of the extra food, knock off like a good 4 of the things.
Still less than 10%.
Yeah, I know you've got loads, but like knock off a whole I'll tell you what, if you're like keeping everyone, do 8, 4 for you guys and 4 for her on her own. And because of the food and drink and the steed, you will alleviate her of a point of her exhaustion.
I was going to say, with catching that, obviously she's flagging, probably try and suggest we set up camp a little bit earlier than intended, just so she can actually rest, so we can get a night's sleep then.
Mm-hmm. So after, with all the food and drink and the travel and all said and done, and that last long rest halfway along the remnants of the journey, she wakes up fresher, still a bit tired. She only has 1 point of exhaustion left now.
She was exhausted.
And you all, yeah.
Long rest? I click button.
Yeah. So you can all make sure you do long rest.
Let me fix my spells.
During that long rest, I will probably inquire about, like, how come she's traveling so light?
Being on my own, she kind of, with your passive insight, she is a little bit sheepish. Being on my own, my trust used to be a little more freely given. And to once again request you forgive my being tentative. But my acceptance of travelling with you all, when I've essentially got nothing to lose, was a lot easier to accept. For I was, unfortunately, at the behest of some bandits, about a day north of the Great Tree. It seems that they were set up to take advantage of those either during or post-pilgrimage. And being on my own after leaving, my travelling companions. She still kind of hesitates to say names. I was...
Do we remember the tabaxi? Was it Tomas?
It was Thomas and Dennis, yeah.
Yeah. Slowly putting one and one together. Did the tabaxi's name happen to be Tomas?
She doesn't like when you say it. She like with your passive insight, you clock that she does a recognition there, but I'd prefer not to pass names around freely.
I understand. If it helps, we were a caravan guard for him on the way from Selgar to Loctopus.
Oh, he did.
Interesting individual. A little skittish around sleeping around a cart. Hard to wake up, if I recall correctly.
Yes, that's well, the travelling was a little easier thanks to, and then you see you can tell she kind of bites her tongue again when she goes to, well, our older lady friend.
The best night's sleep you'll ever have.
Again, there's like a flash of recognition, and then, so perhaps you know her as well. Okay.
For such a large continent, it's such a small world.
I suppose people on similar paths.
I'm sorry to hear that happened to you so close to the great tree.
Well, I shan't be too angry. They didn't really get much more than the necessities, you know. So, travelling alone.
You still have means.
What do you mean, sorry?
You still have means.
Means of what?
Coinage to replace bags, traveling equipment, food, water.
Unfortunately, they took everything. I kept the armour on my back and my sword and shield. They were more interested in my coin and my other possessions. But I travelled north as they left me in the dunes. I managed to avoid the beast near the mesas, and I was trying to rest in the mesas themselves when I was set upon by those. And then, of course, you guys arrived. So I tried to dispose of the bodies I'd slain the day before. But, more of them came. So I've not really had as much chance to rest as I would have liked, but, here we are.
Here we are.
Rest comes a bit easier when you're here, I hope.
Well, I've heard good things about Dragyun. The houses do keep things working well, but of course, certain movements are being made. So I've been called by Gulreen to offer what support I can.
You have employment then?
Yes, I've travelled from want.
Quite
Quite achievement.
Indeed, but well, my services are sought after, I suppose. Bit of a diplomat.
And how are the temperature changes treating you?
I've travelled. I'm used to it. Fortunately, well, I don't miss the rain and the cool air.
From one person in armor to another. It's rough on Kerecekian days sometimes.
It is.
What's it like over there?
Cold.
Oh,
But, of all of the things that have happened, stability seems to be on its way. But, I suppose you've heard of being guards in Salgard. You must have heard of the shutdown of the guilds.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, call it fate or luck or happenstance, but I was I was unable to attend the gala. And after learning what happened, well, I was quite fortunate not to be there. So with a call for aid in Kerecekian, and with, well, I don't know whether it was just the leaders that they were after or whether it was everyone involved, but I think leaving the continent for a short while was probably wise. So I've travelled the week since, made my way over, had a brief stop off with the sheriffs on Calvados, and now I've made my way to Kerecekian. And now I'm on my way to my destination.
About the world, literally.
And there's many places left to go, but
You must have seen some amazing and strange things that I couldn't even begin to comprehend.
well, there's always time. Perhaps you could make a journey over there in the future. To have the benefit of time on my hands. I don't know how much
Elvish descent, then.
As she starts to talk, she kind of looks at you and like shrugs a little and nods. That I am.
My master used to be Elvish.
Oh, really? Interesting. And are you still in communication with him?
I haven't seen him in close to a decade now, I think. Older, wandering sword master.
I suppose if I was to check my pages, I may be aware, but I'm not sure. But anyway, she kind of points over, and you can see as you crest the next dune that Dragyun comes into view. Let's have a little look-ski. Off in the distance, if it renders, you can make out the
Don't think we're sneaking in. Good plan, Jin, but no.
shade away.
Around the back, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Pretty.
So you guys would be coming from the north. Well, you're coming westward bound, so you can see that the outer walls at this distance, with the walls facing the north, are they're all walled off. I won't make you roll perception, but you can tell that there is a south and an east entrance. The west and the north, which would be facing the mountains, are walled off.
Probably wise.
As you start travelling down the distance, would you like to approach from the north, the south, or the... You'd have to go round the east, but... As you're making your way down, she says, she gestures to the middle. The ever-present and watchful Zarmanifax Tower.
Compensating, aren't
Unfortunately.
they?
Compensating.
Yeah, definitely.
Also, look at Azura. Maybe you should cover up a bit, Mr. Sparkly Man.
Yes.
Do you still have your ropes from our visit?
Yeah, but probably best not to wear those.
Well, they don't have. Do they?
They do.
Yeah, they have.
Don't you have like 2 layers? Just wear the one without. You know.
I mean,
Otherwise, I can start digging around in my backpack. I have a spare set of clothes. Not the visit clothes. I mean,
I gave my other set of clothes to steal, so
you did.
You've been wearing them all this entire time, then. At least the inner layer.
Well, no, I mean I give my other spare set
Oh.
of clothes, not my.
I mean, he's just shirtless all the time anyway. But you know, if you're gonna walk into the city, Mr. Sparkly Dragon Man, you should probably cover up a bit at least.
Yeah.
Don't be flexing your shine everywhere.
Flexing your shine.
Flexing your shine.
Do I remember there any weakness in the wall, or is it a monolithic structure?
The wall is tall. It's a large fortress city. And you can tell, like, the walls are about 40 feet with the old towers along. And, like, as you approach, you can see there's guards all along the towers, the walls, you know, just patrolling loosely. A lot of different races. Most of the population of Dragyun are the Dragonborn, but they are the population. All the other races tend to be the workers in this city.
I think the main thing is, once we get in, where do we go?
I suppose I could take you with me to House Gulreen.
That's might not be a bad idea.
Maybe a good place to start.
Yeah. Because I don't
With
think we
you
can
guys-
just
Hmm.
walk up to House of Manufacturer's doors like, knock, knock, hello.
I think that's probably the last place we want to go, considering of what happened in the Mesa.
I know we need to find your sister's book, but let's see what we have to deal with here first.
As we go with covering up, I mean, I could just turn all the robes and clothes I have inside out, so all the designs are hidden. At least it's something.
I mean, it's literally just one rope that you have that has that symbol on it.
Yeah. And it's the outer robe, so I'll turn that.
I mean, I could give you my dress, but I don't know if you want to wear that.
I wouldn't want to ruin it.
You'd rock that dress.
I know I would, but
Ruin it more than the the destruction and the collapsed onsen already has.
yeah, but it would. Look at the size of me. I'm quite a bit bigger than you, Sophia. You're slender.
Quite a bit.
And
also, like,
made to fit, you know.
You're making me sound like I'm all scrawny and small.
I'll do like a purposeful up and down of Severa.
Plus, I'm nearly 7.5 feet tall.
It's a long dress.
But it'd be a mini dress on me.
You're not taller than my mum, so
If I might be the
Anyways.
point of decision, I think no matter what you're wearing, unless you were to be completely covered head to toe, you're still going to stick out like a sore thumb. You're the only dragon folk that looks like you that I've ever heard of.
cover your torso if you can.
Yeah.
So it's at least just your head.
Mm.
I don't mean to pry, but how's Gulrin?
Yes.
Do you know what, because it's quite obvious that House Armanifax is, the player in Dragyun. Do you have any idea what Gulrin's stance on things these days is?
Well, that's a bit of an open-ended question. It depends. If you know, their stance is that, at least I can say, they don't agree with what Tsar Manifax did to that local fortress. But they seem to be making power plays. It's not the first, and I doubt it'll be the last. So they've asked for my aid to see if I can do anything from a diplomatic standpoint before things get too serious.
Well, let's meet these folks.
Yeah, then we'll travel if you don't mind, of course.
I can't promise hospitality, that's not mine to give, but I could at least present an opportunity for an introduction. And then you will most likely be on your own way.
That's if we're not just outright attacked at the gate.
You won't be attacked at the gate, they're not a violent people. At worst, you would be maybe accosted and taken for a conversation. But I at least know that they're not the type to just attack people.
I'll look at the group. We might need some assistance getting in. Is it worth going in as ourselves and being open about that fact?
Shouldn't.
Given the reference to the letter, I wouldn't necessarily be too forthright. But it's not as if they have identification checks. As if you're arriving without cargo, they're less likely to be suspicious, I would suppose. But people come and go quite often on their way, east or west. There's enough of a guardship presence that, they don't really have to fear assault from any side.
I think, Jin, you are the only one, which probably shouldn't.
Well, as long as you don't tell them your name, they shouldn't recognize you.
Just keep covered up as well.
Keep your hat on.
Yeah.
Also, Scath, you don't need to go everywhere invisible.
Considering my name was just mentioned, for the sake of openness to our traveling companion.
Don't do it.
We've been talking amongst each other this entire time. It's not the first time you said your name.
No, there's no point in hiding it any longer, I don't think. Considering we're about to get an introduction to a house that might be our best shot at some form of ally within the city.
Very good point.
Unless there's a great objection to Scaff.
You haven't made your name known yet.
No.
Neither has our traveling companion.
True.
Mm-hmm. But for the sake
I
of...
must admit, over the journey that you've helped me, I feel that you've certainly at least earned my name.
I'll give mine in return.
She takes off her helmet, and you can see that probably not hugely uncomfortably, but you can see that her ears kind of stick out once she removes the helmet. Slightly longer, clearly high elf. And she kind of flexes her neck a little bit and just rubs her hands up her ears. Oh, it is a bit more comfortable. You can see the piercing blue eyes with a hint of purple in them.
Nice.
The hair that appears blonde at the back. The hair is black that is dyed blonde at the back. Name is Nefine. Nefine King.
That's a king.
That's a
Listen,
king.
that was a
Damn
long
it.
time ago. Calm yourself.
Does that name ring a bell at all to Jin or not?
Nah. There's no reason why you'd know of any of the kings.
Any Wontian people.
Well, name for a name. Name is Jin. Chosen Jin.
And then she kind of looks at you with a look of... Now you can see her face. A look of... The penny has just dropped. I'm sorry for what happened at your home.
In some sense, it was unavoidable. Something would happen eventually. But thank you. Thank you nonetheless.
Indeed.
Does mean I am essentially going into hostile territory myself. So I'll be going under an alias. And no, it won't be Dave. Looking at the group.
Then what
We're
should
going
we
by
call you?
Haru.
Haru.
Just Haru, no family name, nothing like that. With a bit of luck, as Severa pointed out, might be able to go unnoticed. A lot of hobgoblins around these parts, after all.
Well,
Hopefully there'll be enough.
there will be. There is a number of people from all corners of the continent, so I'm sure you'll at least be able to blend in. And then she kind of, speaking of blending in, looks at Azura again. And now you can see she's got a helmet off. She's like, might be a little bit more difficult for some, but
I know. I'm trying.
See, I can't even use disguise self on anyone else.
You could just give him your ring.
No, we are not. Nobody's going invisible in this city. Even myself.
Famous last words, though.
I won't believe it until I see that. Yeah,
Until I don't see it.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like, where's Scaff? Didn't he
Where's
say he wasn't going to?
Oh, Scaff.
My precious of us.
so if a decision is to be made as a group, I could at least surmise that using the southern entrance is closer to House Gulreen and closer to where we are now, and I'm, given the last week I've had, rather sick of the road. So if we are to approach, may as well get it over with.
Agreed.
No point in waiting any longer, I suppose. What will happen will happen.
Let's do it.
So,
Put the hat on, but not the mask. Because it's rather aggressive.
okay.
I'll pull my scarf up a little bit, though.
You all approach the front gates of Dragyun City. As you look inside, you can see that there are guards that kind of look over the walls. No one's like aiming weapons. Who goes there? You'll just kind of register your presence. You can tell there's quite a few guards, and it becomes quite apparent quite quickly that they can probably afford to be a little bit more relaxed. Because if anyone was going to kick off, it wouldn't take long for the whole fucking city to descend upon them. And there's a lot of motherfuckers in Dragyun. Under the lead of Ms. King, make your way in. Making your way to the city. It's quite big.
Damn,
Quite pretty.
It's quite pretty.
It is pretty.
I was not expecting Dragyun to look like this.
I'm impressed. Very impressed.
So you can see there's a number of camps where you can tell there's a lot of non-dragon folk populace in and amongst these camps. Easy living, chilling.
Welcome to Dragyun, everyone.
You look over to the left as you enter and approach, and you can see a banner that bears the logo of a green dragon. She kind of gestures. It's House Pursuer. And she gestures to the right. This is where we'll be headed. To House Gulreen. You can see that in and amongst the city there's there's quite a lot of people. There's a nice hustle and bustle. It's not rammed, but there's people everywhere.
Yeah.
It becomes quite quickly apparent that it'd be hard to do much unnoticed. Not impossible, but the city's quite well populated.
The sheer size of that, to be fair.
The size of it, yeah.
I'll say from the gate to where we are, what's that, about 100 foot already? Jesus.
Yeah, about, yeah.
I also didn't know that maps could get this big in
I think you can.
Oh yeah, this just like on Tailspire, we've got the size of the map, and then it's got additional desert fucking
Tiles.
tiles. It's massive, this map.
Insane.
She leads you over to a set of doors. Above the door, there is a crest of a red dragon. She knocks on the doors, and the doors are opened by an older-looking red dragonborn. A smile cracks upon her face, a smile of almost instant recognition. Oh, Neff. Neffene nods and smiles. I hope you don't mind that I've brought a couple of travelling companions. There's probably more things that need to be spoken about amongst all of us. She kind of sticks her head out, just waves to someone over in the camps. Come. She steps back and opens the door wider. Neffene turns and smiles at you all, and she walks inside.
I will follow, and as I reach the precipice, I will take the cap on, like lower to my back.
Okay. Oh. I've not actually looked inside the building yet. Fucking hell.
There's actually interior in them? That's nuts.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's hard to
Like
fucking...
a horde.
Yeah, it's hard to angle it. Oh, hang on, I know what we can do. Let's try it. There we go.
It's supposed to be like a tavern or like a shop, maybe?
It's a bit of a shop. I think it's a bit of a market. It's like Agrabar.
It's cozy.
Ooh, they got a gift shop.
Oh, the gift shop.
Souvenirs?
You make your way inside the hall. You notice there's a number of other red dragonborn of all shapes, sizes, ages, all dotted about, some reading books, quiet in a corner, couple more wearing more, I suppose, well-made clothing. You see there's a couple of human men on the other side of the hall guarding the back door. They're just two human guards. Forgive me the introductions. I can let you meet and greet. But I'm going to take, well, a bath. And Neff looks towards the Dragonborn lady and she says, it's already being poured. It has been a long, long journey. So if I don't see you again, best of luck. I'm sure we will meet up. If you need any help with anything, I can certainly try, but, well, she extends a hand for handshakes for anyone that will take it.
Yeah, Jen takes it.
With her other hand, she starts unbuckling the under buckles. Need to get out of this as soon as possible.
I know how you're feeling.
You get yourself upstairs, Neff. I'll see to these getting a drink or something. So what do you like? Something heavy, something hot, something cold? I'll get a selection. Neffene walks up the stairs, unbuckling her out, and she's kind of like, doof, doof, doof. You can tell like her shoulders have lowered a little now that the travelling is done and she's inside House Gulreen. There's definitely an aura of, I suppose calmness. So everyone's just going about their business. But you can tell that she kind of feels safe, almost even at home, in a weird way. So, what are your names then? A shy bunch? Well, I'm Magda. Welcome to my home.
Excuse me, I was a bit caught up staring. You have quite a nice home.
Well, thank you very much.
I'll reach out my hand for a handshake.
She shakes it.
I'm Zafira.
So, have you got business with Tolderin, or? Oh, sorry, I can't help but assume, but you know, you are blue.
Oh, no, I've actually never been here.
Oh, really? Well, that's interesting. Tolderin as well. Looking at Azura.
No, my name's Azura, and honestly, I don't know anything about Dragyun. I've never been this far north in my life.
Oh, two newbies. Okay. Well, as you see, as she takes your hand, Azura. Hang on, trying to get myself a cork out. She takes your hand, and she kind of grips it a little firmer than you'd anticipate. And she kind of like turns your hand over, kind of just inspects your scales a little. She leans in a bit and gives a bit of a sniff, and then kind of jerks back a little bit and lets go of your hand. Oh. Well, I've maybe not told Erin. Yeah, no, I was just a bit taken aback. I've only heard stories. I've never. Are you? Oh, forgive me, love. Are all of your scales like that?
I thought, yes.
And you see a couple of, like, almost all of the other Dragonborn in the building have, like, kind of turned and they're looking over now, just paying a bit closer attention. You two call for some more guards. And she goes over to the door and locks the door. Don't worry. Let's just keep you quiet for the minute.
There's a hand on my hilt.
Yeah.
Mine was slowly reaching, but on her saying that, it's gone back to at my side.
I just have to casual, like, grab and lean.
You see, no one really reacts to you reaching for your weapons.
I don't stand a chance, but
yeah, she comes back over and then notices. Oh, sorry, it was just a bit sudden. Maybe we have more to talk about than we realised.
By the sounds of it, you have things that I might find interesting to hear. You said you've heard stories.
Maybe. anyone that would like to... well, no, it'd be a passive perception, I suppose. Okay. Does anyone's... Well, no, yours is 19 at the highest, isn't it?
Yes.
So she gets away with the sleight of hand. Bear with me.
A bitch.
Haha, you're all dead now.
Guess I'm re-rolling a gnome.
I've got my warlock ready.
Don't kill me, I'll roll an artificer.
Artificer Arakokra just to piss the pitch off.
What is going through Azura's mind right now?
It's literally almost like a sensory overload of potential information. Oh, God, what am I going to learn? Am I going to finally find out what I've always wanted to know? Anxious emotion of, could this finally be it? Am I going to...
Okay, that'll do for surface thoughts. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
A wisdom, really?
Yeah.
No.
No, he says.
Even with
I mean,
a +3?
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, you get a +3 with Zafira being there.
An 11.
11, yeah. You fail. I mean, above table, I'll tell you, she just cast Detect Thoughts. She's just trying to get a read on you, the first and arguably only gem Dragonborn, who's just walked into her gaff on a random Tuesday. Hiya!
It's Tuesday, isn't it?
So you failed. You gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind, such as something it worries over, loves, or hates. So yeah, I mean, yeah, she gets the vibe that you're basically just overwhelmed. There's no, like, ill intent. You're just... I've got fucking... Yeah, she's just reading you to see if you are... I've never been to Dragyun, you know. And she gets that vibe, yeah? You've got no fucking idea what's going on. And you see she kind of... Yeah, she casts it quietly. You see she's just, like, looking at you, as she has been. And then she nods. Okay. And then she kind of, like, does a little nod to the left and the right, and then everyone kind of goes about their business again.
I'll let go of the blood.
Forgive me, love. I just had to see if you were hiding anything. Well, there's probably some questions we have. Probably some questions you have. But I've got a feeling neither of us will be able to answer each other's questions. I've also got a feeling that hiding you is probably not going to bode well for us. As soon as our Manifax learn that you're here, I think he'll want to talk to you.
Who?
You really don't know anything, do you?
No.
The head of the house, Sir Manifax. Octavian. He's been, well, like a kid who's lost his toys. He's been doing whatever he can since he learnt that there was someone out there who might be able to answer all of his questions. She kind of gently pats you on the upper arm. I think that person might be you.
But I don't know anything. What can I answer?
I don't think that's necessarily knowing things is what he's after. I mean, as much as I honestly can't say. I think if he is truly unique, then maybe he's not in danger. But whatever Octavian's got in mind, well, there's probably a lot to learn for a lot of people. You being here could probably change a lot of things. You should probably go and visit the monument when you get a chance. Not right now, I suppose, but when it is right outside our Manifax Tower.
Monument.
The last skeletal remains of the the last and only known dragon in the world. It's our Manifax.
He named the house after him.
Well, he's apparently direct descendant. And as far as we've all known, he was the last and only gem dragon. So now you're here. That maybe changes things.
And this head of the house, Octavian, you say his name was?
Octavian.
Is he like me?
He's mostly copper, but he's got gem-like growths on the top of his head, and some of his scales are similar to yours. You're tall, but he's very tall.
Oh, I think I need to sit down.
You see a Dragonborn comes over with a tray, and it's got like a teapot on it. It's got some various bottles of shapes and sizes. And you can see there's a small pot, that's like a bowl, that's got some water in it that seems to have like a cool shimmering on the top. Whatever you fancy. I'm going to go make sure Nephine's okay. I've got a lot to discuss with her, but let's all just try and keep... Sorry, what was your name, love?
Azura.
Let's all just keep Azura quiet for now. Oh dear. Right. She claps her hands. Anything you need, just ask. She makes her way upstairs.
I'm going to find a chair to fall in.
Plenty of chairs about.
I'll start making him a cup of tea. And sort of bring it over.
I look up and well, he was right. I definitely needed to get here. Didn't expect anything quite as soon as I got here, though, but...
You'll be okay, big guy. Scaff.
Yeah.
I think it might be best if we are seen serving these two rather than being on equal ground in this area.
No. There's no need for that.
We don't hold the same kind of weight here.
Yeah, well...
You may have noticed that most of the people that are not Dragonborn sleep in tents, Azura.
I think Azura has a lot more weight here than I do.
It's becoming clearly apparent that he is
I'm reluctant
Well,
to let
look-
myself be seen at all.
I'll
Now,
look at that
from what
Svalbard
Magnus
boy, and I'll just put my hand on his back. Small town boy.
Just a city
Right.
boy.
Try.
Tell you what, if Mum and Dad could see me now.
I'd be proud.
They're already proud. Come on. Don't
It
forget to bring your mum some tea
Ooh.
while we're here.
It smells like good tea, so you better drink it.
Oh, I will. Where is it? And I'll take a good long drink of the tea.
Yeah, it's good tea. It's nothing you've tasted before.
Mm. What
But I
flavour?
think you're right.
It's got earthy tones, but you can tell it's got like a freshness to it that you're not used to. It's weirdly refreshing. Like you'd normally think like it'd be fruity and refreshing, but being up in the north near the mountains, it's got a weirdly earthy refreshingness to it.
That's a good tea. Jin, you might appreciate this one. You should pour yourself a cup. Sorry, Scath, you were saying?
Mm.
Sure. Want some tea?
Yeah, sure.
I'll pour her a cup first.
Ah, thank you.
It's one of the dragons wearing, reading a book comes over. Ed doesn't make eye contact with Azura at all. Just looks at Zephyra. Are you needing to take rest? Are you staying in your armor, or are you getting comfortable?
Oh, I haven't thought about it yet, but
We have baths upstairs, should you wish, and we've been told to make you all feel at home.
I appreciate that. We'll
Probably
gladly have
try
a bit
and
of a
relax,
rest.
because it might be the last chance we've got for a
We've
while.
been wondering for quite a while, so
Yeah.
It's not usually the done thing. Turns to Scath and Jin. Forgive me, but we've been told that anyone that's travelling with, and then looks at Azura for the first time. Azura, them. Everyone's to be well catered. Everyone's to be made at home.
I'm sitting here looking awkward as fuck right now.
so I'm not from here, so I don't know what really the customs are here, but they're our friends.
That's
So-
absolutely fine.
They're our equals.
Right,
Does that
okay.
make sense?
As long as you all feel at home, that's what we've been asked.
Good.
I'll look up to him. Thank you.
I'm
Appreciate
just gonna side eye Jin.
it. What was your name, by the way?
Mephis.
Pleasure to meet you. Offer a hand.
He doesn't take it. He just gives you a nod and turns and awkwardly waddles back to his bookshelf.
All right, lizard boy, give me another drink. No, I'm kidding.
Quiet male.
Quiet male. I wish I had my son button right now. Silent male.
The front door unlocks and three more humans walk in. Two of them take up guard post to match the two at the back, and the other one has like a cloth, like a silken cloth over his arm, and he kind of walks up, addresses you all, but mostly Zephyra and Azura. Anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you. Just one, I guess, kind of question. Do you get Dragonborn from the mountains often? Do they come down here?
Down from the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
We've had a couple of roaming parties.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to speak out of turn, so I won't, but they tend to come and go quite quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Seem to be looking for people. Kind of looks around. I don't want to speak out of turn.
No. What do they look like?
Like, averts his eyes. You, miss. If I'm honest, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
No, don't worry. You can speak as plainly as you wish.
I'll sort of prod Scaff. Like I said.
It's fine. You can speak plainly with me. I won't punish you for it. If that's what you're fearing.
Well, it's easy life as I can, you know. I mean, I'm sure you're lovely, miss, who wearing some impressive armour there, of course.
I understand. It's fine.
So if I was to speak plainly, well, I've heard the word feral batted around a little bit for the roaming parties, but
They sound awful.
Can I tail whip Scath because he's snickering at me?
yeah, go for it. Make an attack roll, unarmed attack with the tail.
A hand will also go to Scaff's back of his head and
23. 23.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Mr. Scath. 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fucking hell. Just twats him with the tail. The guy kind of like winces and backs off.
No, it's...
Well, as I said,
just a bit of friendly spite.
anything you need, just ask. I'll just be over there. And he goes and stands near the guards, near the front door.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, lad.
Is there a temple or building of
Lad.
Avia in this city?
Let's say again, sorry.
Is there a temple or building of Avia in this city?
Yes, there is there's a church that all of the religious folk tend to visit. It's not a huge building, but I believe all the worshipped gods are welcome, so...
Could you tell me whereabouts in the city it is, please?
Yeah, it's... Pidge zooms out and finds an appropriate building. So if you're at the south gate, we'll say the church is just the northeast corner beyond the bazaar. You'll see the bazaar. It's where all the market tents are. There's a bit of a courtyard with a couple of buildings in. That's where all the gods are worshipped.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No problem. Well, I'll be over there if you need me.
You want to go pray, Mr. Lizard Man? I gladly accompany you, to be honest, because...
Might be wise not to go alone.
Do I have
You
permission to
two?
speak? Do I have permission to speak, Master?
Yes.
Does the lady require a bath to be drawn?
I would very much like that.
I'll make my way to the gentleman with the silk gold thing.
Yes.
Could a bath be drawn for the lady?
Yes, of course. I'll make contact with Magda
Matt's leaning
and
into it so much.
he makes his way up the stairs.
I'll go back. I think it could be a good cover for me.
Could you go back and get him to draw me one as well, please?
Azura,
I'll do
ask
so
him
once he goes up.
Do it yourself, Azura. Deb.
Do you know why
I'm getting in the role.
I'm role playing, bro. I'm role playing.
Ah.
I really need to go to the church.
He comes back downstairs and stands by the door.
I'll simply stand next to Severa, looking a little taller. I'll look at Scaff. You've got the big guy.
Good luck.
I am not leaning into this.
I'll finish my tea and I'll head up towards the stairs because as much as she wants to go pray, she also really wants a bath.
Yep, you make your way upstairs. You see at the top of the stairs that Nephene is stood in a bathrobe. You can see there's a bit of steam coming out of a nearby room that has more of a cloth drawer rather than a door.
I assume that's where I need to go.
As you walk up, Magda turns. Oh, hello, Zafira, love.
Hello.
Yep, I'll make sure there's another bath drawn.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. If you want to put your armour and stuff just over there, gestures to like a bit of a cubby where there's like a bench and stuff. You can just keep your stuff there for now, and well, no one comes upstairs anyway, so I'll get the bath going, and then if you need me, I'll just be in the bathroom with Nephene.
Fucking Scott.
She disappears into another room, and you hear, well, I mean, you guys know what it sounds like when you fire off your breath weapon.
Yeah.
You hear that similar kind of throaty release. And you imagine she's just fucking sparked something up. Being a red dragonborn, it's a little bit of a fire is easy to create.
I'll start undoing the buckles and whatnot of the armor.
Nephene kind of nods to you and smiles and undoes the drawer cloth. As she walks in, she starts taking off the robe and then just leaves it on a hook outside and draws the door closed. Just get a glance of cheek. Just a bit.
He is pretty.
Just a nice bit of cheek on the way in. Do you like that side boob? Oh, you shouldn't like that side boob. That's my side boob. A little bit of spice.
Setting down my stuff.
Yeah.
Spice of life.
Is there a spare bathrobe?
Yeah, as you take a bit of time to, obviously by the time you've got all your armour off, etc., the bath's drawn. Magda comes out of the bath room with another robe, hands it to you before you take the last of your clothes off. Just draw the cloth across and enjoy your bath.
Thank you.
Again, just holler if you need. And then she goes into the room with Nephene.
bathrobe. Clothes off, bathrobe. Ugh. You cannot imagine what it's like to wear that armor for days straight. Oh.
Sweaty.
Oh my god. And I look at Jin. Ugh. Don't play into it too much.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah, but
What?
and it just smirks a
You
bit.
might get used to it.
Might get used to it and fall back into my old ways.
Oh. You never told me about that.
Oh, it's a long story.
Got time?
Got time and a hot bath. I am.
I don't think I'm invited.
You can come at least into the room. My goodness. It's not like you haven't seen me in a bath before.
Is it like just a
Listen,
bath for her, or is there
listen,
other people in the room?
They
No,
sat
it's-
across from each other in a bathtub, Scaff.
Yeah, the private like bathrooms, but they're like a 10 by 10 room with a bath in like one half there. It's quite a big bath, so you can like relax. You know, Dragonborn are quite big creatures generally, so spacious.
Oh. Just draw
I'll
open
take
the-
a bench if there is any.
Yeah, yeah.
Close the curtain. Take off the robe. Get into the bath. Nice and warm. Oh.
Nice hot bath.
It's not as good as the one at the Great Tree, but oh my goodness. Oh. Mm.
Need to meditate badly.
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance.
You know, I'm worried about you. Even more now.
I appreciate that.
And I mean, now we're here, and I suppose you could say we did what we had to, but
One of
After
the
all
rules of warfare, Severa.
I know.
Show no quarter. They will show none in return.
I know I mean, you must be furious. Enraged. But I sense there's a lot of hatred in your heart for these
There
people.
is. Not all of them.
No, but I'm just saying don't let it overtake you. It's poison for the soul. I would know. My mother's I can only describe her as a very hateful person.
Thank you. There is rage. There is a lot of it. But I do not when in fights like we were before, I don't hold back, Severe. I never have.
No, you also didn't butcher people.
It's been a good decade since I've been in a fight like this, to be honest. Hasn't been, well, comparatively. The rare scuffle in Southgard barely compares.
It doesn't compare. It doesn't.
In many ways, I'm at war with these people, Zeph.
Oh, no.
My father started this, and probably his greed, his ambition. There's a gut feeling that's telling me that this Octavian fellow
Hmm.
has ambition to match.
Possibly. Your father may have started this, and you've been left to sort of finish it, I suppose. However the outcome might be. But don't let it consume you.
I'll try.
You have to. Otherwise, well, if you let it consume you, you might turn out like him. Paranoid at everything. And furious.
I'm conflicted at who to point my rage to, Severa. There's evidence enough to point the finger at Zarmanafax. There's also evidence enough that my father himself is to blame for all this.
Hmm.
There's an uneasy feeling that I'll find him here somehow.
It's going to sound crazy, but do you think you could let it go? That rage you have?
Right now, no.
It doesn't have to be right now. Something like this isn't easily dismissed. And it's best not ignored either.
If I find him, Severa,
Hmm.
whatever state I find him in, please understand that only one of us will leave that room.
Do you think it'll bring you peace?
No. Peace is not the point. I don't seek to avenge. But within our ways, the ways that he himself taught me, mind you, justice needs to be done. And if I'm to change the legacy of our house, he can no longer be a part of it. As for Zarmanafax, I am to learn his motives. But if his ambition is as great as my father's, and his interest in Azura apparent, I may not need to. I'll protect that man. My student.
Look out for yourself too, will you?
Yeah,
For your own well-being.
I might.
I mean, I can also constantly pester you about it.
That might not be so bad.
After each day, I'll come up to you and I'll be like, "So, how you feeling? Tell me about it." And I'll just kind of lean over the bath, hold my two hands.
Conflicted, enraged, and wanting to kill something.
Unfortunately, that's not an option.
Well, Drad.
How would you feel about a bath? Plenty of room.
All right, then. And I'll undress on the spot and just get in the bath.
Nice.
Still
Azura, proud of herself, just kind of leans back again.
I just sort of head back.
I'm gonna be here a while.
There's a
Scaff.
disturbance in the force.
I'm missing another moment.
I am just going to be standing downstairs, like just. I have no idea what the fuck to do. I want to go to church. Sophia says
Take
she
me
wants
to church.
I mean, I really want to just go to church by myself.
She's upstairs. She's not stopping you. She'll just take you on another trip.
Solo adventure. I'm just going to stay downstairs. I'm going to find a seat and I'm going to sit down.
Yeah, easy enough.
I'm just waiting for the other group to come, everyone to come back. It's like, okay, I'm just going to stand here, sit here and.
Azura, give me a charisma saving throw.
Mm. 14.
Okay. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happening?
6.
6. Brilliant.
Oh.
Similar to where... Go on. You're going to say something to her.
Just, obviously, while Scaff is downstairs, he will still be that ever and vigilant looking out because we're in an unknown place. So he will be ready just in case Oak kicks the fuck off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it will just be sat downstairs.
Yeah. Similar to before when you expressed your wings. You had that flash of just that instant of agony that started and stopped as soon as it came. Again, you take another point of psychic damage. In the back of your mind, that time when you flashed your wings and you just, whether it was a thought or a visual or a sense or a feeling of bone, you have another flash. Again, a thought or a sense or a feeling of bone. But it's more than bone this time. And the feeling is more skeletal. From the outside towards the middle of the city, you all hear what sounds like a large drum that just begins to play a simple, bassy, rumbling. And you see all of the Dragonborn in the room. They all kind of look up and then kind of shrug and look away, going about their business. And the beating goes on for around 30 seconds and then stops.
Again, as I would have got that flash and pain, I would have just bent forward quickly with it. And just blinking, looking around. Was it almost as though, was it real or was it imaginary or just a daydream almost?
Yeah.
A brief flash.
Seeing you react and wince, Mephis comes back over. Are you okay there? Now he is looking at you.
I'm now breathing a bit heavier. Like, I'm not sure.
It's probably a bit overwhelming being in a new place. Especially someone that's, well, I suppose
yes.
so out of place.
Yes, it was, but this was something I felt. And it's not the first time. It was a sharp, brief pain.
Oh?
And like a flash of something like bone.
Mm.
It happened to me recently. A couple of days ago. Was that when it happened with the gem wings a couple of days ago? The first time it's happened, I'm trying to remember.
Yeah.
And it's strange.
So you're thinking about bones, and it hurts.
It was like just a flash across my mind, and then the briefest, sharpest pain, and it was gone.
Interesting.
And when I've
You see, like,
what's those drums for?
oh, the drums, they come from Manufac's tower. Just reminding everybody that they're there is how a lot of people see it.
Wow.
But some people use it to, a lot of people have started setting their kind of routines around it.
Okay.
They tend to do a change of the guards when the drums ring. You know, some people open shop, some people shut up shop. Tends to mark the kind of, well, I don't know. It's a bit weird.
Change almost.
Yeah.
I think. Interesting.
You see he looks over his shoulder and you see a guy in the corner's got a little piece of wire to his mouth. And Mephis nods. Well, the only bone I can think of, as Magda mentioned, would be the monument.
That's good.
It's probably,
I think I might learn more there.
well, we don't know if it's if it's true, but Salamanafax was the last and only known gem dragon. And if well, to look at you, if you are what people might have been waiting for, then maybe you can find, well, maybe you can learn more and
Who knows what? Probably not me wise to be seen walking out around there, though. Is there
Well,
anywhere I can get some form of cloak, robe, or something?
yeah, we can get you something, no problem.
Maybe some gloves as well, because yeah, these stand out.
Why are you trying to hide?
If Octavian is looking for me, I probably wouldn't want to let him know I'm here just yet.
His name's Octavian, by the way. Magda
Yeah.
pronounces it wrong all the time.
Oh.
But she is getting old.
She's wonderful.
Yeah, she is. She's like a grandmother when none of us had, you know.
Sounds like someone I know.
I mean, I don't want to suggest wrong, but I think if anyone had any need to hide, I'd probably say it wasn't you. I think depending on how things go, I'd probably argue you're probably the safest person in the city. But I appreciate when you don't know what's going on, it's...
I think if I learn more by visiting the monument, then I might change my stance on deciding to be discreet.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. I think given everything that's happened recently, I'm sure Octavian would want to see you.
Well, with what happened a couple of days ago, I don't doubt it.
What happened a couple of days ago?
A couple of days ago back to the Mesa, a few days travel away.
Yeah, to the west. I've never been.
We were accosted
Oh,
by some of his, and they made every attempt to want to bring me back here, it seems.
oh. Well, you made it all right. So, how did they get on? Did they leave you alone in the end, or?
Unfortunately, they it took a turn for the worst.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Well, you're here now, so.
And I actually felt sad about it ending that way.
What ending?
Not everyone came out alive.
Oh, well, why? What happened? What the?
We fought.
Oh, what you were fighting them? Oh,
And even thinking about it now, I feel terrible.
oh. You see his kind of demeanour changes. Oh well. And he just turns and walks back to his bookshelf.
When he says his demeanour changes, what do you mean by his demeanour changes? Because I'm still down here looking out.
Give me an insight check.
Insight, where's my insight? 21.
21. He looks very disappointed.
All right. Okay.
So, with the lovers in the bath, Azura conflicted, not knowing what the fuck's going on. Buckle in, motherfucker. Scaff on Overwatch. And before we get into anything else, that's where we'll call it. Welcome to Dragyun, everybody. Well done, well done. We made it. What's happening next Wednesday? Yeah, we should all be rocking and rolling.
I'm not here next Wednesday.
No, I knew there was something next Wednesday. Yeah. So we're not here next Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have a think. Because whilst I don't like playing when people aren't here, but I'm thinking whether we can do even if it's a shorter. Well, no, because depending on what happens, I'd want to get Jin's input. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just miss it.
Only 4 players, which is kind of limiting factor as well.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff we could do, but whilst I have plans and ideas, I can't factor in what you guys would do. And if things take a turn, to not have Jin there could affect things in ways that change things. So, yeah. So we're not here next week. But for the YouTube, it won't matter because we'll just continue as we are. But we're here. We made it. Welcome to Dragyun. We will see what happens as we start to lean into Big Blues bits and bobs. Insert Shrek gif. Right. Much love, everybody. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Ciao for now.
Goodbye. Yeah, see you in a minute on YouTube. Yeah. Bye.
In a bit.